Section 133 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. B. Be assured then. Be confident therefore. Be it so. Be not deceived. Be sure that in spite of. Be these things as they may. Be your interests what they may be. Bear with me for a few moments. Bearing on this point, before attempting to answer this question, before going further, before I close, I will particularly remark, before I come to this special matter, before I proceed to compare, being fully of the opinion, being persuaded then, believing as I do, beyond all question we, bidden by your invitation to a discussion, broadly speaking, but above all things let us, but after all I think no one can say, but again when we carefully consider, but am I wrong in saying, but apart from the fact, but besides these special facts, but can this question, but depend upon it, but despite all this, but do not let us depend, but do you imagine, but doubts here arise, but even admitting these possibilities, but everyone who deserves, but first of all remark, I beg you, but further I shall now demonstrate, but gentlemen I must be done, but grave problems confront us, but here I am discussing, but here let me say, but how can we pass over, but how shall I describe my emotions, but however that may be, but I am bound to say, but I am certain from my own experience, but I am very sorry to say, but I am willing enough to admit, but I can at least say, but I cannot conceive, but I can promise, but I cherish the hope, but I confess that I should be glad, but I digress, but I do not propose all these things, but I do say this, but I have been insisting simply, but I have heard it argued, but I have no fear of the future, but I live this train of thought, but I may be permitted to speak, but I may say in conclusion, but I need hardly assert, but I pass that over, but I propose to speak to you, but I repeat, but I resist the temptation, but I return to the question, but I shall go still further, but I simply ask, but I submit the whole subject, but I trust that you will all admit, but I venture to assure you, but I will allude, but I will not further impress any idea, but I would earnestly impress upon you, but if I may even flatter myself, but if I seek for illustrations, but if you want more evidence, but if you wish to know, but in making this assertion, but in my opinion there is no need, but in the course of time, but is it quite possible to hold, but is this any reason why, but it does not follow from this, but it happens very fortunately, but it has been suggested to me. End of section 133. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 134 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. But it is a fact. But it is impossible for one. But it is necessary to explain. But it is no use protesting. But it is not fair to assert. But it is not my intention. But it is not necessary to suppose. But it is not possible to believe. But it is not really so. But it is otherwise with. But it is sometimes said. But it may be doubted whether. But it may happen that I forgot. But it will be a misfortune. But it will naturally be asked. But it will perhaps be argued. But it would be vain to attempt. But let me ask you to glance. But let me before closing refer. But let none of you think. But let us also keep ever in mind. But let us look a little further. But lo, all of a sudden. But mark this. But more than all things else. But my allotted time is running away. But my answer to this objection. But, my friends, pause for a moment. But never was a grocer wrong. But not for one moment. But notwithstanding all this. But now look at the effect. But now take notice of. But on the other hand. But on what ground are we? But passing these by. But perhaps I ought to speak distinctly. But perhaps you are not yet weary. By putting these questions aside. But quite contrary to this you will find. But recollect, I pray you, how. But, sir, it is manifest. But some other things are to be noted. But some will ask me. But sooner or later. But still, I repeat. But suppose the fact. But surely you cannot say. But that I may not divert you from. But that is not all. But that must always be the impression. But the fact is. But the final value. But the greatest proof of all. But the most formidable problem. But the necessity of the case. But the question may arise. But then, let us ask ourselves. But there is another duty imposed. But there is much more than this. But this I do not hesitate to say. But this I fearlessly affirm. But this I know. But this is a circuitous argument. But this is no place for controversy. But this is not all. But this is what I mean. But this much I affirm is true. But this warns me. But this we may put aside. But to go still further. But to say the truth. But we are met with the assertion. But we are to recollect. But, we ask, perhaps, but we may depend upon it. But we think it is not wise. But we want something more for explanation. But what a blunder would be yours. But what is the fact? But what we must needs guard against. But when it is declared. But when we look a little deeper. But while it may be admitted. But who is not seen? But why do I enumerate these details? But with these exceptions. But yet nothing can be more splendid. But you should know. By no means. By the way, I have not mentioned. By this time it will be suspected. End of section 134. This recording is in the public domain. Section 135 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. C. Can it be supposed? Can the long records of humanity teach us? Can there be a better illustration? Can we pretend? Can you lightly contemplate? Can you yield yourselves? Cautious and practical thinkers ask. Certain it is. Certainly I am not blind to the faults. Certainly one can conceive. Clearly enough. Coming back to the main subject. Coming down to modern times. Coming to present circumstances. Common sense indicates. Consequently, I am not discussing this matter. Consider, I beg you, what? Contemplating these marvelous changes. D. Delude not yourselves with the belief. Depend upon it. Did it ever occur to you? Difficult then as the question may be, do I need to describe? Do me the honor of believing. Do not imagine. Do not let us conceal from ourselves. Do not suppose for a moment. Do not talk to me of. Do not think me guilty of. Do we not know? Do what you will. Do you ask how that can be? Do you believe this can be truthfully said? Do you not know I am speaking of? Do you remember a concrete instance? Do you think then? Does any man say? Does it ever occur to you? Does it not seem something like idiocy to? Does it not shock you to think? Does not the event show? Does not the nature of every man revolt? Doubtless the end is sought. E. Every now and then you will find. Every one has asked himself. Every one therefore ought to look to. Every reader of history can recall. F. Far from it. Few indeed there are. Few subjects are more fruitful. Few things impress the imagination more. Finally, it is my most fervent prayer. First in my thoughts are, first of all I ask, for, be assured of this, for, behold, for I must tell you, for if anyone thinks that there is, for, in truth, if you please to recollect. For instance, I can fancy, for it is not true, for it is not right to, for let it be observed first, for mark you, for my own part I believe, for myself certainly I think, for observe what the real fact is, for one I deny, for, perhaps, after all, for, perhaps some may say, for so it generally happens, for the sake of my argument, for this is what I say, for this reason, indeed, it is, for we all know, fortunately for us, fortunately I am not obliged, from one point of view we are, from the circumstances already explained, from the standpoint of, from this statement you will perceive. G. Generally speaking, God be praised. Grant this true. Granting all this. End of section 135. This recording is in the public domain. Section 136 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. H. Had I had time for all that might be said? Had my limits allowed it? Happily for us. Hardly less marvelous. Hardly will anyone venture to say. Have I exaggerated? Have you ever noticed? Having taken a view of, having thus described what appears to me, he is the best prophet who. He seems at times to confuse. He was an eminent instance of. He who is insensible to. Hence arises a grave mischief. Hence, as I have said. Hence it follows. Here again the testimony corroborates. Here arises the eternal question. Here comes the practical matter. Here for a moment I seem. Here, however, it may be objected. Here I am considering. Here I end my illustrations. Here I must pause for a moment. Here I only insist upon. Here I ought to stop. Here is another strange thing. Here is good hope for us. Here is no question. Here let me meet one other question. Here, then, I am brought to the consideration. Here, then, I take up the subject. Here, then, is the key. Here, then, it is natural at last. Here, then, we are brought to the question. Here, then, we are involved. Here undoubtedly it is. Here we cannot but pause to contemplate. Here we come into direct antagonism with. Here we come to the very crux of. Here we have it on high authority. History is replete with predictions. Hitherto I have only spoken of. Holding this view, I am concerned. How can we help believing? How do you account for? How does it happen? How human language staggers when? How infinitely difficult it is. How infinitely superior it must appear. How is this to be explained? How many at time? How momentous then? How much better, I say, if. How much more rational it would be. How shall I attempt to enumerate? How shall I describe to you? However, I am viewing the matter. However, I will not in any way admit. However, it is to me a very refreshing thing. End of section 136. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 137 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jeff Wadden on Sunday, May 27, 2007 in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I abide by my statement. I add a few suggestions. I adduce these facts. I admire the main drift of. I admit, of course, at once. I admit the extreme complexity. I again ask. I allude to. I always delight to think. I always will assert the right to. I am a great admirer. I am a little at a loss to know. I am about to supplement. I am agitated by conflicting emotions. I am alarmed indeed when I see. I am also bound to say. I am also satisfied. I am apprehensive. I am asked tonight to propose. I am assured and fully believe. I am at a loss for adequate terms. I am bold to say. I am but saying. I am by no means certain. I am certain that you will give me credit. I am certainly in earnest sympathy. I am confronted by the hope. I am conscious of the fact. I am convinced by what I have seen. I am deeply imbued with the conviction. I am deeply insensible of the compliment. I am determined. I am even bold enough to hazard. I am exceeding my necessary limits. I am exceedingly glad of this opportunity. I am exceedingly obliged to you. I am familiar with. I am far from asserting. I am filled with admiration. I am firmly convinced. I am free to admit. I am fully convinced. I am giving voice to what you all feel. I am glad of this public opportunity. I am glad to answer to the toast. I am glad to express the belief. I am glad to notice. I am going to spare you and myself. I am grateful to you for this honor. I am greatly alarmed. I am greatly indebted to you. I am happy to be with you. I am here by the favor of your invitation. I am here the advocate of. I am here to introduce. I am in favor of. I am in sympathy with. I am inclined sometimes to believe. I am inclined to suspect. I am indebted for the honor. I am, indeed, most solicitous. I am informed. I am led on by these reflections. I am led to believe. I am mainly concerned. I am most deeply sensible of the welcome. I am most grateful for the opportunity. I am myself greatly indebted. I am nevertheless too sensible. I am not a stranger to. I am not at liberty to discuss. I am not at present concerned. I am not about to defend. I am not advocating. I am not altogether clear. I am not aware of a single instance. I am not blind to the faults of. I am not bold enough to. I am not catching at sharp arguments. I am not concerned to argue. I am not defending myself. I am not dreaming of denying. I am not going into vexed questions. I am not going to reproach. I am not here to defend. I am not insensible. I am not of those who pretend. I am not prepared to dispute the word. I am not presumptuous to assert. I am not proposing to set forth. I am not ripe to pass sentence. I am not so unreasonable as to tell you. I am not surprised. I am not taking into account. I am not unaware. I am not undertaking to deliver. I am now going to attempt. I am obliged to add. I am obliged to go still further. I am often reminded. I am old enough to remember. I am one of those who believe. I am only too sensible of the fact. I am perfectly willing to admit. I am persuaded. I am prepared to back that opinion by. I am privileged to speak to. I am quite conscious that. I am rather disposed to think. I am ready to do battle. I am reassured by the presence here. I am reluctantly but forcibly reminded. I am resolved not to permit. I am sensible, sir. I am simply endeavoring to show. I am so surrounded on every hand. I am sometimes inclined to think. I am somewhat relieved to know. I am sorry to say. I am suggesting the reason why. I am sure, at any rate. I am sure every impartial man will agree. I am sure I feel no hostility. I am sure that I echo the sentiment. I am sure this generous audience will pardon me. I am sure you all hope. I am sure you feel the truth. I am sure you will acquit me. I am sure you will be kind enough. I am sure you will do me the justice. I am sure you will not be surprised. I am surely not here to assert. I am tempted further to offer to you. I am thankful for the privilege. I am thoroughly convinced. I am to speak to you this evening. I am to urge the interest of. I am told occasionally. I am told on authority. I am too well aware of the difficulties. I am totally at a loss to conceive. I am trespassing too long on your time. I am unable to understand. I am unconscious of intentional error. I am under a very great obligation. I am under the deepest feeling of gratitude. I am under the impression. I am unwillingly bound to add. I am uttering no paradox when I say, I am very far from thinking. I am very glad to have the honor. I am very happy to be here. I am very much in the condition of. I am very sure that if you ponder, I am very sure you will believe. I am well aware. I am willing to know. End of section 137. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 138 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. I anticipate with pleasing expectation. I appeal in the first place. I appeal to any man to say. I appeal to the better judgment. I appreciate the significance. I argue this cause. I ask again. I ask no greater blessing. I ask permission to speak to you. I ask the attention. I ask the audience. I ask the audience to return with me. I ask this of you. I ask you calmly and dispassionately. I ask you, gentlemen, do you think? I ask you if it is possible. I ask you, if you please, to rise and give the toast. I ask you in all candor. I ask you now to follow me. I ask you to consider. I ask you to join me in drinking a toast. I ask you to pledge with me. I ask your attention. I ask your indulgence. I assert, sir, that it is. I assure myself. I assure you of my own personal knowledge. I attribute it to. I avail myself of the opportunity. I beg again to thank you for the honor. I beg all to remember. I beg and implore of you. I beg emphatically to say. I beg leave to make some observations. I beg of you to remember. I beg to tender my most fervent wishes. I beg you not to mistake my meaning. I beg you to accept my grateful expression. I begin by observing. I begin with expressing a sentiment. I believe from my own personal experience. I believe I can speak for all. I believe I shall make it clear to you. I believe I voice the sentiment. I believe it to be the simple truth. I believe most profoundly. I believe that I am within the mark. I believe that in this instance, I bid you a most cordial and hearty welcome. I bow with you in reverent commemoration. I call on you to answer. I call to mind how. I can by no calculation justify. I can hardly conceive. I can make allowance for. I can most truthfully assure you. I can never sufficiently express my gratitude. I cannot allow myself to believe. I cannot avoid confessing. I cannot be content with. I cannot believe. I will not believe. I cannot better illustrate this argument. I cannot better sum up. I cannot boast of. I cannot bound my vision. I cannot but reflect. I cannot but see what mischief. I cannot charge myself with. I cannot close without giving expression. I cannot conceive a greater honor. I cannot feel any doubt myself. I cannot forbear from offering. I cannot give you a better illustration. I cannot help expressing a wish. I cannot help speaking urgently. I cannot here go into details. I cannot hesitate to say. I cannot hope adequately to respond. I cannot justly be responsible because. I cannot let this opportunity pass. I cannot persuade myself. I cannot prevail on myself. I cannot refrain from saying for myself. I cannot resist the train of thought. I cannot say how glad I am. I cannot say with confidence. I cannot stop to give in detail. I cannot sufficiently thank you. I cannot take back my word. I cannot take it for granted. I cannot thank you enough. I cannot well avoid saying. I can only congratulate you. I can only hope for indulgence. I can readily understand. I can scarcely concede anything more important. I can scarcely find fitting words. I can strongly recommend. I can understand, moreover. I can, with propriety, speak here. I certainly have not so good an opinion. I challenge any man. I cheerfully own. I cheerfully submit myself. I claim a share also for. I class them all together under the head. I close with the words. I close with the sentiment. I come at length to. I come next to the question of. I come to the other assumption. I conceive this to be. I confess I feel not the least alarmed. I confess I have had my doubts. I confess I have little sympathy. I confess it affects me very deeply too. I confess it is very difficult too. I confess that I do not entirely approve. I confess that it is a comfort to me. I confess that my notions are widely different. I confess to a little embarrassment. I confess to you that I have no fear. I confine myself to saying, I congratulate you upon the auspicious character. I consider I have said enough in proof. I consider it amply explains. I contend. I content myself with pursuing. I could do no less than. I could easily mention. I could enlarge upon it. I could never understand. I could wish that this belief, I dare say you know, I dare venture the remark. I declare to you. I deem it both necessary and just. I deem it proper here to remind. I deem myself honored. I deny, once and for all. I deny the inference. I desire to be brief. I desire to bear my testimony. I desire to call attention. I desire to know. I desire to lay emphatic stress. I dissent from the opinion. I distrust all general theories of. End of section 138. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 139 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. I do again and again urge upon you. I do indeed recollect. I do not absolutely assert. I do not advocate. I do not argue. I do not ask you to. I do not at this moment remember. I do not believe it possible. I do not belong to those who. I do not choose to consume. I do not complain of. I do not consider it necessary. I do not contend. I do not countenance for a moment. I do not deem it incumbent upon me. I do not depreciate for a moment. I do not desire to call in question. I do not desire to put too much emphasis. I do not despair of surmounting. I do not disguise the fact. I do not enter into the question. I do not fail to admire. I do not fear a contradiction. I do not feel at liberty. I do not forget the practical necessity. I do not hesitate to say. I do not imagine. I do not in the least degree. I do not indeed deny. I do not indulge in the delusion. I do not know how anyone can believe. I do not know whether you are aware of it. I do not know why. I do not know with what correctness. I do not mean anything so absurd. I do not mean now to go further than. I do not mean to impute. I do not merely urge. I do not mistrust. I do not myself pretend to be. I do not need to remind you. I do not, of course, deny. I do not pretend to argue. I do not propose to take up your time. I do not question for a moment. I do not recount all. I do not say anything about the future. I do not say this with any affectation. I do not see how it is possible. I do not see much difference between. I do not seek to palliate. I do not speak exclusively. I do not stop to discuss. I do not, therefore, wonder. I do not think it necessary to warn you. I do not think it possible. I do not think it unfair reasoning. I do not think myself obliged to dwell. I do not think that I need further discuss. I do not think this at all an exaggeration. I do not think we can go far wrong. I do not think you will often hear. I do not understand how it can apply. I do not vouch for. I do not want to discourage you. I do not wish to be considered egotistic. I do not wish to be misrepresented. I do not wonder. I doubt very much whether. I dwell with pleasure on the considerations. I earnestly maintain. I embrace with peculiar satisfaction. I end as I began. I entertain great apprehension for. I entertain no such chimerical hopes. I entertain the hope and opinion. I entirely dissent from the view. I especially hail with approval. I even add this. I even venture to deny. I fancy I hear you say. I fear I may seem trifling. I fear lest I may. I fearlessly appeal. I fearlessly challenge. I feel a great necessity to. I feel bound to add my expression. I feel constrained to declare. I feel entirely satisfied. I feel I have a right to say. I feel it a proud privilege. I feel keenly myself impelled by every duty. I feel only a great emotion of gratitude. I feel respect and admiration. I feel some explanation is due. I feel sure. I feel tempted to introduce here. I feel that I have a special right to. I feel that it is not true. I feel the greatest satisfaction. I feel the task is far beyond my power. I fervently trust. I find it difficult to utter in words. I find it more easy. I find my reference to this. I find myself called upon to say something. I find myself in the position of. I find no better example than. I find no fault with. I find numberless cases. I flatter myself. I, for my part, would rather. I, for one, greatly doubt. I forbear to inquire. I foresaw the consequence. I fully recognize. I gave notice just now. I give you, in conclusion, this sentence. I go further. I grant all this. I grant with my warmest admiration. I gratefully accept. I greatly deplore. I had a kind of hope. I had almost said. I had in common with others. I had occasion to criticize. I happen to differ. I hardly dare to dwell longer. I hardly know anything more strange. I hasten to concede. End of section 139. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 140 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. I have a dark suspicion. I have a great admiration for. I have a pleasing and personal duty. I have a profound pity for those. I have a right to consider. I have a strong belief. I have a very high respect for. I have abstained from. I have acquired some useful experience. I have all along implied. I have all but finished. I have already alluded to. I have already shown the ground of my hope. I have already stated, and now repeat, I have always been under the impression, I have always listened with the greatest satisfaction, I have always maintained, I have another objection, I have another observation to add, I have anticipated the objection, I have assumed throughout, I have attempted thus hastily, I have barely touched some of the points, I have been allowed the privilege, I have been asked several times, I have been extremely anxious, I have been given to understand, I have been glad to observe, I have been heretofore treating, I have been insisting then on this, I have been interested in hearing, I have been pointing out how, I have been profoundly moved, I have been requested to say a word, I have been told by an eminent authority, I have been too long accustomed to hear, I have been touched by the large generosity, I have been trying to show, I have before me the statistics, I have but one more word to add, I have demonstrated to you, I have depicted, I have endeavored to emphasize, I have enlarged on this subject, I have felt it almost a duty to, I have found great cause for wonder, I have frequently been surprised at, I have gazed with admiration, I have generally observed, I have gone so far as to suggest, I have good reason for, I have had steadily in mind, I have had the honor, I have had to take a long sweep, I have heard it objected, I have heard with relief and pleasure, I have hitherto been adducing instances, I have hitherto been engaged in showing, I have in a measure anticipated, I have in my possession, I have incidentally dwelt on, I have introduced it to suggest, I have labored to maintain, I have laid much stress upon, I have lately observed many strong indications, I have listened with the utmost interest, I have little hope that I can add anything, I have lived to see, I have long ago insisted, I have long been of the conviction, I have never heard it suggested, I have never whispered a syllable, I have no acquaintance with, I have no doubt whatever, I have no excuse for intruding, I have no fear of myself, I have no fears for the success, I have no hesitation in asserting, I have no intention to moralize, I have no particular inclination, I have no prejudice on the subject, I have no pretension to be regarded, I have no reason to think, I have no scruple in saying, I have no such gloomy forebodings, I have no sympathy with the men, I have no thought of venturing to say, I have no wish at all to preach, I have not accustomed myself, I have not allowed myself, I have not been able to deny. I have not particularly referred to. I have not said anything yet. I have not the means of forming a judgment. I have not the right to reproach. I have not time to present. I have nothing more to say. I have noticed of late years. I have now explained to you. I have now made bold to touch upon. I have now rather more than kept my word. I have now said all that occurs to me. I have often been impressed with. I have often been struck with the resemblance. I have often lingered in fancy. I have one step farther to go. I have only partially examined. I have partly anticipated. I have pleasant memories of. I have pointed out. I have pride and pleasure in quoting. I have racked this brain of mine. I have read with great regret. I have said, and I repeat, I have said over and over again, I have said what I solemnly believe. I have scant patience. I have seen for myself. I have seen it stated in a recent journal. I have seen some signs of encouragement. I have shown. I have some sort of fear. I have sometimes asked myself. I have sometimes fancied. I have sometimes wondered whether. I have still 2 comments to make. I have taken pains to know. I have the confident hope. I have the greatest possible confidence. I have the honor to propose. I have then to investigate. I have thought it incumbent on me. I have thought it right on this day. I have thought it well to suggest. I have throughout highly appreciated. I have thus been led by my feelings. I have thus stated the reason. I have to confess with a feeling of melancholy. I have to force my imagination. I have touched very cursorily. I have tried to convey to you. I have undertaken to speak. I have very much less feeling of. I have watched with some attention. I have witnessed the extraordinary. I have yet a more cogent reason. I have yet to learn. I hazard nothing in saying. I hear it sometimes said. I hear you say to yourselves. I heartily feel the singular claims. I hesitate to take an instance. I hold it to be clearly expedient. I hold myself obliged to. I hold the maxim no less applicable. I hold this to be a truth. I hold to the principle. I hope by this time we are all convinced. I hope for our own sakes. I hope I have expressed myself explicitly. I hope I may be allowed to intimate. I hope I shall not be told. I hope it is no disparagement. I hope most sincerely and truly. I hope none who hear me. I hope not to occupy more than a few minutes. I hope that I shall not be so unfortunate. I hope the day may be far distant. I hope the time may come again. I hope to be excused if. I hope to be forgiven if. I hope we may forget. I hope you will not accuse me. End of section 140. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.
Section 141 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, United Kingdom. I imagine that no one will be disposed. I insist upon it. I intend to propose. I know from experience how. I know full well. I know I am treading on thin ice. I know it has been questioned. I know it is said. I know it will be said. I know many reasons why. I know not how else to express. I know not in what direction to look. I know not of my own knowledge. I know not where else to find. I know perfectly well. I know that it is impossible for me to. I know that this is the feeling. I know that what I may say is true. I know there are some who think. I know there is a theory among us. I know too well. I know very well the difference between. I know well it is not for me. I know well the sentiments. I know you are all impatient to hear. I know you will do all in your power. I know you will interpret what I say. I labour under a degree of prejudice. I lately heard it affirmed. I lay it down as a principle. I leave history to judge. I leave it to you. I leave the arduous task. I leave to others to speak. I long to speak a word or two. I look hopefully too. I look in vain. I look with encouragement. I look with inexpressible dread. I look with mingled hope and terror. I make my appeal to. I make no extravagant claim. I make this abrupt acknowledgment. I marvel that, I may add, speaking for my own part, I may be allowed to make one remark. I may be permitted to add. I may confess to you. I may safely appeal. I may say to you calmly. I may seem to have been diffuse. I may take as an instance. I may venture upon a review. I mean by this. I mean moreover. I mean something more than that. I mention it to you to justify. I mention these facts because. I mention this not by way of complaint. I might bring you another such case. I might deny that. I might enter into such detail. I might go further. I might go on indefinitely. I might go on to illustrate. I might of course point first. I might reasonably question the justice. I might try to explain. I might venture to claim. I might well have desired. I might well think. I must ask an abrupt question. I must be careful about what I say. I must be contented with. I must be excused if I say. I must bow in reverence. I must call your attention for a moment. I must conclude abruptly. I must confess that I became rather alarmed. I must consider this as. I must crave your indulgence. I must express to you again. I must fairly tell you. I must find some fault with. I must for want of time omit. I must here admit. I must lament. I must leave any detailed development. I must mention with praise. I must not allow myself to indulge. I must not for an instant be supposed. I must not overlook. I must now beg to ask. I must pause a moment too. I must proceed. I must qualify the statement. I must remind my hearers of. I must reply to some observations. I must return to the subject. I must say that I am one of those. I must speak plainly. I must suppose, however. I must take occasion to say. I must thank you once more. I must try to describe to you. I myself have boundless faith. I need not assure this brilliant company. I need not dwell. I need not enter into. I need not follow out the application. I need not, I am certain, assure you. I need not say how much I thank you. I need not show how inconsistent. I need not specially recommend to you. I need not wander far in search. I need only to observe. I need say nothing in praise. I need scarcely observe. I need to guard myself right here. I neither affirm nor deny. I next come to the implicit assumption. I note with particular pleasure. I notice it as affording an instance. I noticed incidentally the fact. I now address you on a question. I now come, sir, to the second head. I now have the pleasure of presenting to you. I now pass to the question of. I now proceed to inquire. I now reiterate. I strongly object to the use. I observe, then, in the first place. I only ask a favourable construction of. I only marvel. I only wish you to recognise. I open the all-important question. I ought to give an illustration. I own I cannot help feeling. I particularly allude to. I pass on from that. I pass then to our second division. I pause for a moment to say. I pause to confess once more. I pay tribute to. I personally know that it is so. I pray God I may never. I predict that you will. I prefer a practical view. I presume I shall have to admit. I presume that I shall not be disbelieved. I proceed to another important phase. I profess. I propose briefly to glance at. I propose, therefore, to consider. I protest that I never had any doubt. I purposely have avoided. I question whether. I quite endorse what has been said. I rather look forward to a time. I readily grant. I really cannot think it necessary to. I really do not know. I really thought that you would excuse me. I recall another historical fact. I recognise the high compliment conveyed. I recollect hearing a sagacious remark. I refer especially. I refuse to believe. I regard as an erroneous view. I regard it as a tribute. I regard it as a very great honour. I regret that I am not able to remember. I regret that it is not possible for me. I regret the time limits me. I regret this the less. I rejoice in an occasion like this. I rejoice that events have occurred. I rejoice to think I remark here. End of section 141. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 142 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Best. I remember a reference made. I remember an intimation. I remember full well. I remember the enjoyment with which. I remember to have heard. I repeat, I am not speaking. I repeat my statement in another form. I respectfully counsel. I respectfully submit. I rest my opinion on. I rise in behalf. I rise to express my disapprobation. I rise to thank you. I rise with some trepidation. I return, in conclusion, to. I return you my most grateful thanks. I said a little way back. I said it would be well. I said that I thought. I salute with profound reverence. I sanction with all my heart. I saw an ingenious argument the other day. I say frankly. I say in moderation. I say it is extremely important. I say it most confidently. I say no more of these things. I say not one syllable against. I say then, my first point is, I say this is no disparagement of. I say this the more gladly. I say without fear of contradiction. I see around me. I see as clearly as any man possibly can. I see little hope of. I see no exception. I see no possibility of. I see no reason for doubting. I seem to hear you say. I seize upon this opportunity. I seriously desire. I set out with saying. I shall add a few words. I shall address myself to a single point. I shall ask you to look very closely. I shall be told. I shall best attain my object. I shall bestow a little attention upon. I shall certainly admit. I shall consider myself privileged. I shall desist from. I shall endeavor to be guided. I shall give it in the words of. I shall here briefly recite the. I shall here use the word to denote. I shall hope to interest you. I shall invite you to follow me. I shall just give the summary of. I shall never believe. I shall never cease to be grateful. I shall not acknowledge. I shall not attempt a detailed narrative. I shall not end without appealing. I shall not enlarge upon. I shall not force into the discussion. I shall not go so far as to say. I shall not hesitate to say something. I shall not tax your patience. I shall not undertake to prophesy. I shall not weary your patience. I shall now give you some instances. I shall now proceed to show. I shall often have to advert to. I shall pass by all this. I shall presently show. I shall proceed without further preface. I shall recur to certain questions. I shall say all this without entering into. I shall show that I am not. I shall speak first about. I shall speak with becoming frankness. I shall take a broader view of the subject. I shall take it for granted here. I shall therefore endeavor. I shall touch upon one or two questions. I shall waste no time in refuting. I shall, with your sanction. I should be false to my own manhood. I should be surprised if. I should be the last man to deny. I should fail in my duty if. I should find it hard to discover. I should have forfeited my own self-respect. I should like at least to mention. I should like to emphasize. I should like to go a step farther. I should like to refer to two events. I should like to see that view answered. I should like today to examine briefly. I should much prefer. I should not be satisfied with myself. I should think it too absurd. I shrink from the contemplation. I shudder at the doctrine. I simply lay my finger on a fact. I simply pause here to ask. I sincerely regret the absence. I sincerely wish it were in my power. I solemnly declare. I sometimes hear a wish expressed. I sorrowfully call to mind. I speak forth my sentiment. I speak from no little personal observation. I speak of this to show. I speak the fact when I tell you. I speak the secret feeling of this company. I speak what I know when I say. I speak wholly without authority. I speak with feeling upon this point. I speak with some degree of encouragement. I speak with the utmost sincerity. I speak within the hearing of. I stand in awed amazement before. I stand in the midst of men. I still view with respect. I submit it to every candid mind. I submit that in such a case. I submit that it is high time. I submit this proposition. I summon you to do your share. I suppose it is right to answer. I suppose it to be entirely true. I suppose most men will recollect. I suppose that everyone who listens to me. I suppose there is no one here. I suppose we are all of one opinion. I suspect that is why we so often. I sympathize most heartily. I take a broader and bolder position. I take it for granted. I take leave to say. I take one picture as an illustration. I take pleasure in saying. I take the liberty of observing. I take this instance at random. I take two views of. I tell him in reply. I tell you, gentlemen. I tender my thanks to you. I thank you for having allowed me. I thank you for the appreciative tone. I thank you for the honor. I thank you for your most generous greeting. I thank you for your thoughtful courtesy. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank you very gratefully. I thank you very sincerely for the honor. End of section 142. This recording is in the public domain. Section 143 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Best. I think I am correct in saying. I think I am not the first to utter. I think I can claim a purpose. I think I can sincerely declare. I think I have a right to look upon. I think I have rightly spoken. I think I might safely say. I think I need not say more. I think it is not too much to say. I think it is quite right. I think it may be necessary to consider. I think it might be said with safety. I think it is my duty too. I think it is observable. I think it probable. I think it will astonish you. I think it will be granted. I think no wise man can be indifferent. I think, on the contrary, I think something may be said in favor of. I think that all will agree. I think that I can explain. I think that I can venture to say. I think that, in these last years, I think that none of us will deny. I think there is no better evidence. I think there is no call on me to listen. I think we are justified. I think we can hardly hope. I think we may all easily see. I think we may ask and reply. I think we may safely conclude. I think we may say, therefore. I think we may well be proud of. I think we may well congratulate each other. I think we must draw a distinction. I think we need neither doubt nor fear. I think we ought to recur a moment to. I think we shall all recognize. I think we should do well to call to mind. I think we take too narrow a view. I think when we look back upon. I think you may well rejoice in. I think you will all agree. I think you will pardon my saying. I think you will see. I thus explicitly reply. I tremble at the task. I tremble to think. I trust I may be indulged. I trust it is not presumptuous. I trust that as the years roll on, I trust that I shall have the indulgence. I trust that this will not be regarded as. I turn, gentlemen, to the case. I use the word advisedly. I use the word in the sense. I use very plain language. I utter this word with the deepest affection. I value very much the honor. I venture to ask permission. I venture to say. I verily believe. I very confidently submit. I view that prospect with the greatest misgiving. I want to bespeak your attention. I want to know the character. I want to make some simple applications. I want to say just a few words. I want to say one word more. I want to say to you seriously. I want to think with you. I warn and exhort you. I was astonished to learn. I was constantly watchful too. I was exceedingly interested. I was honored with the acquaintance. I was lost in admiration. I was not slow to accept and believe. I was not without some anxiety. I was overwhelmed. I was sincerely astonished. I was very much interested. I was very much thrilled. I well recollect the time. I well remember an occasion. I will accept the general proposition. I will add the memorable words. I will ask the indulgence. I will ask you to accompany me. I will ask you to bear witness. I will dwell a little longer. I will endeavor in a brief way. I will endeavor to illustrate. I will endeavor to show you. I will enlarge no further. I will even express a hope at the outset. I will even go further and say, I will first call your attention to. I will give one more illustration. I will illustrate this point by. I will merely mention. I will neither affirm nor deny. I will not allude. I will not argue this. I will not attempt to note. I will not be content until. I will not condescend to. I will not enumerate at present. I will not pause to maintain. I will not positively say. I will not pretend to inquire into. I will not quarrel with. I will not relinquish the confidence. I will not repeat the arguments here. I will not try to gauge. I will now consider with you. I will now leave this question. I will now take an instance. I will only speak to one point. I will only sum up my evidence. I will only take an occasion to express. I will only venture to remind you. I will point out to your attention. I will say it once. I will speak but a word or two more. I will speak plainly. I will state with perfect distinctness. I will suppose the objection to be. I will take one more instance. I will take the precaution to add. I will tell you what I think of. I will try to make the thing intelligible. I will venture a single remark. I will venture to add. I will venture to express the hope. I will yield the whole question. I willingly admit. I wish also to declare positively. I wish at the outset. I wish emphatically to reaffirm. I wish I had the time and the power. I wish at first observed. I wish rather to call your attention. I wish, sir, that justice might be done. I wish to ask if you honestly and candidly believe. I wish to be allowed to enforce in detail. I wish to begin my statement. I wish to confine what I have to say. I wish to do full justice, too. I wish to draw your attention. I wish to express my profound gratification. I wish to give these arguments their full weight. I wish to know whether. I wish to offer a few words relative to. I wish to remind you in how large a degree. I wish to say a word or two. I wish to state all this as a matter of fact. I wish you success and happiness. I wish you to observe. I would also gratefully acknowledge. I would as soon believe. I would desire to speak simply and directly. I would enter a protest. I would further point out to you. I would have you understand. I would infinitely rather. I would like to say one word just here. I would not be understood as belittling. I would not dwell upon that matter if. I would not push the suggestion so far. I would now gladly lay before you. I would rather 1,000 times, I would recommend to your consideration, I would suggest, first of all, I would that my voice could reach the ear. I would urge and entreat you. I would urge upon you. I would venture to point out. I yielded to the earnest solicitations. End of section 143. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 144 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jordan Greenaway. If any man be so persuaded, if any one could conceive, if any one is so dim of vision, if any other answer be made, if at first view this should seem, if, however, you determine to, if I am asked for the proof, if I am wrong, if I can carry you with me, if I succeed in describing, if I could find words, if I have done no more than view the facts, if I have in any way deserved, if I may be allowed a little criticism, if I may be allowed modestly to suggest, if I may be allowed to refer, if I may reverently say so, if I may say so without presumption, if I may so speak, if I may take for granted, if I may venture to say anything, if I mistake not the sentiment, if I recollect aright, if I understand the matter at all, if I venture a few remarks, if I were asked, if I were to act upon my conviction, if I were to recapitulate, if I wished to prove my contention, if in consequence we find it necessary, if in the glow of our conscious pride, if in the years of the future, if it be so difficult to appreciate, if it be so, if it be true, if it be contended, if it means anything, it means this. If more were needed to illustrate, if my opinions are true, if, on the contrary, we all foresee, if, on the other hand, I say, if one seeks to measure, if only we go deep enough, if still you have further doubt, if the bare facts were studied, if the experience of the world is worth anything, if then I am asked, if then I should here rest my cause, if there be any among us, if there be one lesson more than another, if this be so, if this seems doubtful to anyone, if unhappily the day should ever come, if we accept at all the argument, if we are not blind to, if we are rightly informed, if we are to reason on the fact, if we cast our glance back, if we embark upon a career, if we have the whole case before us, if we isolate ourselves, if we may trust to experience, if we pursue a different course, if we pursue our inquiries through, if we sincerely desire, if we survey, if we would not be beguiled, if what has been said is true, if you remain silent, if you seek the real meaning of, if you think for a moment, if you want to look, if you are asked to point out, if you will allow me to prophesy, if you will forgive me the expression, if you wish for a more interesting example, if you wish to get to the bottom of the facts,
if you would see the most conclusive proof, if your view is right, in a significant paragraph, in a wider sense, in a word, gentlemen, in a word, I conceive. In actual life, I suspect, in addition to these arguments, in addressing myself to the question, in addressing you, I feel, in agreement with this obvious conclusion, in all ages of the world, in all or any of these views, in all times and places, in an unguarded moment, in answering the enquiry, in any view of the case. In closing my speech, I ask each of you, in conclusion, let me say, in conclusion, may I repeat, in consequence, it becomes a necessity, in contemplating the causes, in days to come, in examining this part of the subject. In fine, it is no extravagance to say, in former ages and generations, in further illustration, in further proof of my assertion, in illustration of what I have said, in like manner are to be explained, in like manner I would advise, in listening to the kind words, in looking about me, in many instances, in meeting this difficulty, I will not urge. In most cases I hold. In my estimation, in my humble opinion, in my view, in offering to you these counsels, in one other respect, in one point I wish no one to mistake me. In one sense this is undoubtedly true, in order to appreciate the force of, in order to complete the proof, in order to do justice to the question, in order to prove plainly and intelligibly, in order to realize adequately. In other words, in our estimate of the past, in point of fact, in precisely the same way, in pursuance of these views, in pursuing the great objects, in regard to, in rising to return my sincere thanks, in saying all of this, I do not forget. In saying this, I am not disposed to deny. In short, I say, in solving this difficulty, in something of a parallel way, in spite of the fact, in such cases, strictly speaking, in support of this assertion, in that matchless epitome, in that mood of high hope, in the anomalies of fortune, in the course of these remarks, in the existing circumstances, in the first place, therefore, I consider, in the first place, we see, in the first place, we should all be agreed, in the fullest sense, in the fullness of time, in the last suggestion. In the meantime, I will commend to you. In the next place, be assured, in the presence of this vast assembly, in the present situation, in the progress of events, in the remarks I have made, in the same manner I rely. In the second place, it is quite clear, in the suggestion I have made, in the very brief space at our disposal, in these extraordinary circumstances. In these sentiments I agree. In this brief survey, in this connection I may be permitted to refer. In this connection I remind myself. In this necessarily brief and imperfect review, in this rapid and slight enumeration. In this respect, in this sense only, in this there is no contradiction. In very many instances, in very truth, in view of these reflections, in what has now been said, in what I have now further to say, in widening our view. End of section 144. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mr. Jordan Greenaway.
Section 145 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. Indeed, can anyone tell me? Indeed, I am not convinced. Indeed, I cannot do better. Indeed, I have heard it whispered. Indeed, I may fairly say. Indeed, it will generally be found. Indeed, we know. Instances abound. Is it logically consistent? Is it not legitimate to recognize? Is it not marvelous? Is it not obvious? Is it not quite possible? Is it not, then, preposterous? Is it not universally recognized? Is it not wise to argue? Is it possible? Can it be believed? Is it, then, any wonder? Is it not the common sentiment? Is there any evidence here? Is there any language of reproach? Is there any possibility of mistaking? Is there any reason in the world? It affords me gratification. It also pleases me very much. It amounts to this. It appears from what has been said. It appears to me, on the contrary. It can rightly be said. It certainly follows, then. It comes to this. It could not be otherwise. It does not necessarily follow. It exhibits a state of mind. It follows as a matter of course. It follows inevitably. It gives us an exalted conception. It grieves me to relate. It hardly fits the character. It has at all times been a just reproach. It has been a very great pleasure for me. It has been generally assumed. It has been justly objected. It has been my privilege. It has been suggested fancifully. It has been well said. It has ever been my ambition. It has struck me very forcibly. It is a circumstance of happy augury. It is a common error. It is a curious trait. It is a fact well known. It is a falsehood to say. It is a familiar charge against. It is a good augury of success. It is a great pleasure to me. It is a living truth. It is a matter of absorbing interest. It is a matter of amusement. It is a matter of fact. It is a matter of just pride. It is a melancholy story. It is a memory I cherish. It is a mischievous notion. It is a mistake to suppose. It is a most extraordinary thing. It is a most pertinent question. It is a noble thing. It is a peculiar pleasure to me. It is a perversion of terms. It is a pleasing peculiarity. It is a popular idea. It is a rare privilege. It is a recognized principle. It is a remarkable and striking fact. It is a strange fact. It is a sure sign. It is a theme too familiar. It is a thing commonly said. It is a touching reflection. It is a true saying. It is a very significant fact. It is a vision which still inspires us. It is a wholesome symptom. It is, all things considered, a fact. It is all very fine to think. It is all very well to say. It is almost proverbial. It is also possible. It is also probably true. It is always pleasant to respond. It is amazing how little. It is an easy matter. It is an egregious mistake. It is an established rule. It is an incredible thing. It is an interesting fact. It is an unforgivable offense. It is an unquestionable truth. It is appropriate that we should celebrate. It is asserted. It is assumed as an axiom. It is at once inconsistent. It is but fair to say. It is but too true. It is by no means my design. It is certainly especially pleasant. It is certainly remarkable. It is common in these days to lament. It is commonly assumed. It is comparatively easy. It is curious sophistry. It is curious to observe. It is desirable for us. It is difficult for me to respond fitly. It is difficult to avoid saying. It is difficult to describe. It is difficult to overstate. It is difficult to put a limit. It is difficult to surmise. It is doubtful whether. It is easy enough to add. It is easy to instance cases. It is easy to understand. It is eminently proper. It is every man's duty to think. It is evident that the answer to this. It is evidently supposed by many people. It is exceedingly gratifying to hear. It is exceedingly unfortunate. It is fair that you should hear. It is fair to suppose. It is far from me to desire. It is fatal to suppose. It is fitting. It is for me to relate. It is for others to illustrate. It is for this reason. It is for us to ask. It is greatly assumed. It is gratifying to have the honor. It is hardly for me. It is hardly necessary to pass judgment. It is idle to think of. It is immaterial whether. It is impossible to avoid saying. It is in every way appropriate. It is in the highest degree worthy. It is in this characteristic. It is in vain. It is in your power to give. It is indeed a strange doctrine. It is indeed not a little remarkable. It is indeed true. It is indeed very clear. It is indispensable to have. It is interesting and suggestive. It is interesting to know. It is just so far true. It is likewise necessary. It is made evident. It is manifest. It is manifestly absurd to say. It is merely common sense to say. It is more than probable. It is my agreeable duty. It is my belief. It is my earnest wish. It is my grateful duty to address you. It is my hope. It is my present purpose. End of section 145. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 146 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Maura Walsh. It is necessary to ask a question. It is necessary to refer. It is necessary to take some notice. It is needful to a complete understanding. It is needless before this audience to repeat. It is no doubt true. It is no exaggeration to say. It is no part of my business. It is no significant thing. It is no small indication. It is no small wonder. It is not a practical question. It is not altogether satisfactory. It is not an unknown occurrence. It is not by any means. It is not difficult to comprehend. It is not difficult to discern. It is not easy for me to find words. It is not enough to say. It is not entirely clear to me. It is not evident. It is not for me on this occasion. It is not given to many men. It is not likely that any of you. It is not logical to say. It is not my intention to enter into. It is not my purpose to discuss. It is not necessarily true. It is not necessary for me even to sketch. It is not necessary for our purpose. It is not often in these modern days. It is not ours to pronounce. It is not out of place to remind you. It is not possible to recount. It is not quite clear. It is not to me so very surprising. It is not too much to say. It is not unknown to you. It is not within the scope of this address. It is now high time for me. It is now perfectly plain. It is now observable enough. It is obvious. It is of course difficult. It is of great importance to show. It is of no moment. It is of very little importance. It is often remarked. It is on these grounds. It is one of the burning questions of the day. It is one of the most natural visions. It is one of the most significant things. It is one of the queerest freaks of fate. It is only a few short years since. It is only just to say. It is our duty to examine. It is ours to bear witness. It is owing to this truth. It is particularly befitting at this time. It is perfectly apparent. It is pitiable to reflect. It is pleasant to meet this brilliant company. It is rather a pleasant coincidence. It is rather an arduous task. It is rather startling. It is related. It is ridiculous to say. It is said, and I think truly, it is said to be impossible. It is satisfactory to notice. It is scarcely necessary to insist. It is scarcely questioned. It is self-evident. It is sometimes hard to determine. It is still an open question. It is still more surprising. It is substantially true. It is surely necessary for me. It is the clear duty of, it is the doctrine of, it is the fashion to extol, it is the universal testimony. It is therefore evident. It is therefore necessary. It is this which lies at the foundation. It is to be expected. It is to be remembered. It is to me a very sincere satisfaction. It is told traditionally. It is too plain to be argued. It is true. It is unnecessary for me to remind you. It is upon this line of reasoning. It is very common to confuse. It is very doubtful whether. It is very interesting and pleasant. It is well known. It is with great pleasure. It is with pity unspeakable. It is within the memory of man now living. It is worth while to notice. It may appear absurd. It may at first sight seem strange. It may be added. It may be conjectured. It may be imagined. It may be plausibly objected. It may be rightly said. It may be useful to trace. It may be worth your while to keep in view. It may indeed be unavoidable. It may not be altogether certain. It may not be uninteresting to any of you. It may or may not be true. It may, perhaps, seem wonderful. It may seem a little strange. It might still more probably be said. End of section 146. This recording is in the public domain. Section 147 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Maura Walsh. It must be a cause of delight. It must be borne in mind. It must be the verdict of history. It must create astonishment. It must doubtless be admitted. It must ever be recollected. It must never be forgotten. It must not be supposed. It must seem to every thoughtful man. It need scarcely be said. It now becomes my pride and privilege. It only remains now to speak. It ought to animate us. It proves a great deal. It remains only to speak briefly. It remains that I inform you of. It remains that I should say a few words. It reminds me of an anecdote. It reminds one of the compliment. It requires no effort of imagination. It scarcely seems to be in keeping. It seems almost desperate to think of. It seems almost incredible. It seems now to be generally admitted. It seems strange to be told. It seems, then, that on the whole, it seems to me a striking circumstance. It seems to me idle to ask. It seems to me singularly appropriate. It seems to me the primary foundation. It seems to me unphilosophical. It should always be borne in mind. It should be remembered. It so happens. It sometimes seems to me. It still remains to be observed. It strikes me with wonder. It suggests at the outset. It summons our imagination. It surely is not too much to expect. It therefore astonishes me. It used to be a reproach. It was a brilliant answer. It was a fine and delicate rebuke. It was a fit and beautiful circumstance. It was a propitious circumstance. It was certainly a gracious act. It was in the full understanding. It was my good fortune. It was not to be expected. It was said by one who ought to know. It was therefore inevitable. It was under these circumstances. It will appeal to. It will appear from what has been said. It will be asked me how. It will be easy to say too much. It will be easy to trace the influence. It will be evident to you. It will be idle to imply. It will be interesting to trace. It will be just as reasonable to say. It will be rather to our advantage. It will be recollected. It will be seen at a glance. It will be well and wise. It will carry out my meaning more fully. It will, I suppose, be denied. It will not be expected from me. It will not be safe. It will not do for a man to say. It will not, I trust, be concluded. It will not surely be objected. It will not take many words to sum up. It will thus be seen. It would be a misfortune. It would be a proud distinction. It would be a remarkable fact. It would be absurd to pretend. It would be an inexcusable omission. It would be idle for me. It would be imprudent in me. It would be invidious for me. It would be natural on such an occasion. It would be no less impracticable. It would be out of place here. It would be preposterous to say. It would be presumptuous in me. It would be the height of absurdity. It would be unfair to praise. It would be unjust to deny. It would be well for us to reflect. It would indeed be unworthy. It would seem, perhaps, most fitting. J. Just the reverse is true. End of section 147. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 148 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Tricia G. L. Language is inadequate to voice my appreciation. Lastly, I do not understand. Lastly, it cannot be denied. Less than this could not be said. Lest I should be accused of quibbling. Let all of us labor in this work. Let anyone imagine to himself. Let anyone who doubts. Let everyone consider. Let it be clearly understood, I repeat it. Let it be remembered. Let it not be objected. Let it not be supposed that I impute. Note, impute, relate to a particular cause or source. End note. Let me add another thing. Let me add my final word. Let me add one other hint. Let me also say a word in regard. Let me answer these questions. Let me ask you to imagine. Let me ask your leave to propose. Let me be allowed to devote a few words. Let me call attention to another fact. Let me commend to you. Let me direct your attention now to. Let me entreat you to examine. Let me give one more instance. Let me give one parting word. Let me give you an illustration. Let me here make one remark. Let me here say. Let me hope that I have said enough. Let me illustrate again. Let me make myself distinctly understood. Let me make use of an illustration. Let me not be thought offensive. Let me now conclude with. Let me once more urge upon you. Let me protest against the manner. Let me quite temperately defend. Let me rather make the supposition. Let me say a practical word. Let me simply declare. Let me tell you an interesting reminiscence. Let me thank you once more. Let me urge you earnestly. Let no man congratulate himself. Let our conception be enlarged. Let our object be. Let that question be answered by. Let the facts be granted. Let these instances suffice. Let this be the record made. Let this inspire us with abhorrence of. Let us approach the subject from another side. Let us attempt a survey. Let us be perfectly just. Let us be quite practical. Let us bear perpetually in mind. Let us begin at the beginning. Let us begin by examining. Let us briefly review. Let us brush aside once for all. Let us cherish. Let us confirm our opinion. Let us consider for a moment. Let us devote ourselves. Let us discard all prejudice. Let us do all we can. Let us draw an illustration. Let us endeavor to understand. Let us enumerate. Let us figure to ourselves. Let us for the moment put aside. Let us get a clear understanding. Let us heed the voice. Let us hope and believe. Let us hope that future generations. Let us imitate. Let us inquire also. Let us labor and pray. Let us likewise remember. Let us look briefly at a few particulars. Let us look nearer home. Let us not be fearful. Let us not be misled. Let us not be misunderstood. Let us not flatter ourselves. Let us not for a moment forget. Let us not limit our view. Let us now apply the views presented. Let us now consider the characteristics. Let us now see the results. Let us now turn our consideration. Let us observe this analogy. Let us pass on to another fact. Let us pause a moment. Let us push the inquiry yet further. Let us rather listen to. Let us reflect how vain. Let us remember this. Let us remind ourselves. Let us resolve. Let us scrutinize the facts. Let us suppose, for argument's sake. Let us suppose the case to be. Let us take, for instance. Let us then be assured. Let us then be worthy of. Let us therefore say once for all. Let us try to form a mental picture. Let us turn to the contemplation of. Let your imagination realize. Like all citizens of high ideals, likely enough, little wonder therefore, long have I been convinced. Look at it in another way. Look at some of these questions. Look at the situation. M. Mainly, I believe, making allowances for differences of opinion, many of us have had the good fortune, many of you, perhaps, recollect. May I ask you to believe? May I not speak here? May I try to show that every effort, may I venture to suggest, may it not also be advanced, may the day come quickly, meantime it is encouraging to think, meanwhile let us freely recognize, men are in the habit of saying, men are telling us nowadays, men everywhere testify, more and more it is felt, more than once have I had to express, more than this need not be said. Moreover, I have insisted. Moreover, I would counsel you. Moreover, when we pass judgment, much has been said and written about. My appreciation has been quickened. My belief, therefore, is, my duty is to endeavor to show, my experience tells me, my first duty is to express to you, my friends, do you really believe? My friends, I propose. My heart tells me. My idea, therefore, is, my last criticism upon, my mind is not moved by, my mind most perfectly acquiesces. My next objection is, my own private opinion is, my present business is, my regret is intensified by the thought. End of section 148. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 149 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. N. Nay, I boldly say. Nay, it will be a relief to my mind. Nay, there is a general feeling. Need I say that I mean? Neither should you deceive. Never before have I so strongly felt. Never can I cease to feel. Never did there devolve. Never for a moment believe. Never have I felt so forcibly. Never was a weaker defense attempted. Never was there a greater mistake. Never was there an instance. Nevertheless, we can admit. Next, from what has been said, it is plain. Next, I consider. Next, it will be denied. No argument can overwhelm a fact. No defense is to be found. No distinct test can be named. No doubt in the first instance. No doubt there are many questions. No doubt to most of us. No finer sentence has come down to us. No greater service could be rendered. No longer do we believe. No man regrets more than I do. No one can feel this more strongly. No one can, I think, pretend. No one can see the end. No one here, I am sure. No one, I suppose, would say. No one, I think, can fail to observe. No one, I think, will dispute the statement. No one need to exaggerate. No one will accuse me. No true man ever believes. None can have failed to observe. Nor am I disparaging or discouraging. Nor can I forget either. Nor can it be justly said. Nor can we afford to waste time. Nor can we forget how long. Nor can we now ask. Nor do I believe. Nor do I doubt. Nor do I pretend. Nor do I think there can be found. Nor does it matter much. Nor has there been wanting. Nor indeed am I supposing. Nor is it a fair objection. Nor is it probable. Nor is this all. Nor let me forget to add here. Nor must I be understood as saying, nor must it be forgotten. Nor need we fear to speak. Nor should any attempt be made. Nor will history fail to record. Nor will I enlarge on the matter. Not at all. Not only so. Not that I quarrel with. Nothing but the deepest sense. Nothing can be further from the truth. Nothing could be clearer. Nothing could be more striking. Nothing is more common in the world. Nothing that you can do. Notwithstanding all that has been said. Notwithstanding all this, I hold. Now, bear with me when I say. Now comes the question. Now, comparing these instances together. Now, from these instances it is plain. Now, having spoken of. Now, I admit. Now, I am far from denying. Now, I am far from undervaluing. Now, I am justified in calling this. Now, I am obliged to say. Now, I do not wish you to believe. Now, I have a closing sentence or two. Now, I pass on to consider. Now, I shall not occupy your time. Now, I understand the argument. Now, I will undertake to say. Now, I wish to call your attention. Now, if you will clearly understand. Now, is there any ground or basis for? Now, it is an undoubted fact. Now, it is evident. Now, it is not at all strange. Now, it is unquestioned. Now, let me speak with the greatest care. Now, let me stop for a moment. Now, let us consider. Now, observe my drift. Now, sir, I am truly horrified. Now the answer we should give. Now the question here at issue. Now the world will say. Now there is a close alliance between. Now this is precisely the danger. Now this is to some extent. Now understand me definitely. Now we do not maintain. Now we will inquire. Now what I want you to realize. Now with regard to. Now you will allow me to state. Now you will understand from this. End of section 149. This recording is in the public domain. Section 150 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Oh. Observe again. Occasionally you ought to read. Of course I am aware. Of course I am putting an impossible case. Of course I cannot be taken to mean. Of course I do not maintain. Of course I do not stop here. Of course I would not allow. Of course much may be said. Of course these remarks hold good. Of course we may, if we please. Of course you will sympathize. Of one thing, however, I am certain. Of this briefly. Of this statement I will only say. Of this truth I shall convince you by. On a review of the whole subject. On occasions of this kind. On such a day as this. On the contrary, I am assuming. On the occasion to which I refer. On the other hand, it is clear. On the whole, then, I observe. On this auspicious occasion. On this point I do not mean to dwell. On this subject you need not suspect. Once again, there are those. Once more I emphasize. Once more let me try to put into words. One additional remark. One almost wishes. One cannot decline to note. One concluding remark has to be made. One fact is clear and indisputable. One further word. One important topic remains. One is fairly tempted to wish. One lesson history may be said to repeat. One might be challenged to produce. One of the ancients said. One of the most commonly known. One of the most extraordinary incidents. One of the things I recollect with most pride. One of these signs is the fact. One or two points are made clear. One other circumstance. One other remark suggests itself. One remark I will make. One thing more will complete this question. One thing which always impressed me. One very striking tendency. One word in courtesy I must say. One word more in a serious vein. One would naturally suppose. Only so much do I know. Opinions are divided as to whether, or to come nearer home, or to take but one other example, ordinarily speaking, such deductions. Others may hold other options. Ought we not to think? Our thoughts wander back. Over and above all this. P. Pardon me if. Perhaps another reason why. Perhaps, however, in speaking to you. Perhaps, however, some among you will be. Perhaps I may be best able to illustrate. Perhaps I ought to say. Perhaps it may be doubted. Perhaps, sir, I am mistaken in. Permit me frankly to say. Permit me to add another circumstance. Permit me to bring home to you. Personally, I am far too firm a believer. Pray, sir, let me say. R. Read but your history aright. Recollect, sir. Reflections such as these. Rely upon it. Remember, I do not seek to. Remembering some past occurrences. Returning, then, to the consideration. S. Seriously, then, do I beg you. I shall tell you. Shall we complain? Should there be an objection, I answer, since, then, it is provided. Since, then, this is the case. Sir, with all my heart I respond. So accustomed are we. So at least it seems to me. So far as I know. So far as my observation and experience goes. So far in general. So I say to you, so it comes to pass. So long as we continue to love truth and duty, so men are asking. So much at first sight. So much on this subject. So that I may venture to say, so that if you were persuaded, so then ought we also. So, to add one other example, so too I may go on to speak. So when I hear people say, some have insisted, some of you can recall the time, some of you may think this visionary, some of you will remember, someone will perhaps object, some prejudice is attached, some writer has said, sometimes I venture to think, sometimes it may happen. Speaking in this place, startling as this may appear to you, stating only the truth I affirm, still another encouraging fact, still further, still I cannot part from my subject, still I have generally found, still I imagine you would consider it, still I know what answer I can make to, still it may with justice be said, still one thing more, still we ought to be grateful, strange as it may seem. Strictly in confidence, I do not think. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing. Such a doctrine is essentially superficial. Such are the rather tolerant ideas. Such considerations as these. Such, I believe, would be the consequences. Such illustrations are not frequent. Such, in brief, is the story. Such is steadfastly my opinion. Such is the deep prejudice now existing. Such is the intellectual view we take. Such is the lesson which I am taught. Such is the progress. Such is the truth. Such, sir, I conceive to be. Such, then, is the true idea. Such, too, is the characteristic of. Suffer me to point out. Suffice it to say here, summing up what I have said, suppose we turn our eyes to. Surely I do not misinterpret. Surely it is a paradox. Surely it is not too much for me to say. Ending of section 150. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 151 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Holly Kirtley, May 8, 2007, Birmingham, Alabama. Take another instance. Take one of the most recent cases. Take this simple fact. Take this example. Taking a broader view. Taking the facts by themselves. That is a further point. That is a natural boast. That is a pure assumption. That is all it seems necessary to me. That is all very good. That is far from my thoughts. That is final and conclusive. That is the lesson of history. That is the question of questions, that you may conceive the force of. The answer is easy to find. The answer is ready. The belief is born of the wish. The day is at hand. The decided objection is raised. The doctrine I am combating, The doctrine is admirable. The effect too often is, the evolution of events has brought. The fact has made a deep impression on me. The fact has often been insisted. The fact to be particularly noted. The facts are clear and unequivocal. The facts may be strung together. The first business of every man. The first counsel I would offer. The first great fact to remember is, the first point to be ascertained. The first practical thought is, the first remarkable instance was, the first thing I wish to note, the first thing that we have to consider. The future historian will, no doubt, the generous feeling that has promoted you, the great mass of the people, the hour is at hand, the illustration is analogous. The important thing is, the instance I shall choose, the irresistible tendency of, the kindness with which I have been received. The last and distinguishing feature is, the latest inclination I have seen, the lesson which we should take most to heart, the main cause of all this. The more you examine this matter, the most concise tribute paid, the most reasonable anticipation, the most remarkable step forward, the most striking characteristic, the most sublime instance that I know. The next point is, the next question to be considered is, the next thing I consider indispensable. The occasion that calls us together. The one central difference between. The only course that remains open. The only plea to be offered. The other day I observed, the paramount consideration is, the perils that beset us here, the pleasing duty is assigned me. The point I have urged upon you is, the point I wish a little further to speak of, the point to which I shall call your attention. The popular notion is, the practical inference from all this, the presence of this brilliant assemblage. The pressing question is, the prevalent opinion, no doubt. The proof of this statement is to be found. The question is deeply involved. The question, then, recurs. The remedy I believe to be. The result, I fancy, has been. The result of the whole. The rule will always hold good. The sacred voice of inspiration. The same is true in respect of. The scene all comes back. The sentiment to which I am to respond. The sentiment which you have expressed. The simple rule and test. The simple truth is, the soundness of this doctrine depends. The strongest proof I have. The subject of the evening's address. The subject which has been assigned to me. The task has been placed in my hands. The testimony of history is. The theory seems, at first sight, the thought with which I shall close. The time has manifestly now arrived. The time is not far distant. The time is now come for me. The times are full of signs and warnings. The toast I am about to propose to you. The vain wish has sometimes been indulged. The view I have been enforcing. The view is more misleading. the warmth and kindness of your reception, the welcome that has been extended to me, the whole story of civilization. End of section 151. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 152 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush. Public speaking phrases. Then again, in corroboration. Then again, when men say. Then take the other side of the argument. Then the question arises. Then there is another story. Then, too, it must be remembered. There are certain old truths. There are few spectacles. There are hopeful signs of. There are, I believe, many who think. There are, indeed, exceptions. There are, indeed, persons who profess. There are many educated and intelligent people. There are people in every community. There are several reasons why. There are some slight modifications. There are some who are fond of looking at. There are some who have an idea. There are those of us who can remember. There are those who wish. There are two conflicting theories. There can be but one answer. There can be no doubt. There has been a great deal of discussion lately. There has been no period of time. There have been differences of opinion. There is a characteristic saying. There is a class of person. There is a common saying. There is a conviction. There is a degree of evidence. There is a genuine grief. There is a great deal of rash talking. There is a growing disposition. There is a large class of thinkers. There is a lesson of profound interest. There is a more important question. There is a more serious lesson. There is a multitude of facts. There is a question of vital importance. There is a very common tendency. There is a vital difference of opinion. There is an analogy in this respect. There is an ancient story to the effect. There is an external controversy. There is another class of men. There is another factor. There is another object equally important. There is another point of view. There is another remarkable analogy. There is another sense in which. There is, at any rate, to be said. There is but one consideration. There is certainly no reason. There is hardly any limit. There is, however, another opinion. There is, however, one caution. There is little truth in. There is no field of human activity. There is no good reason. There is no justification for. There is no mistaking the purpose. There is no more insidious peril. There is no more striking exemplification. There is no occasion to exaggerate. There is no page of history. There is no sense in saying. There is no worse perversion. There is not a shadow of evidence. There is nothing more repulsive. There is nothing overstated in this description. There is nothing to show. There is one story which it is said. There is only one sense in which. There is some difference of opinion. There is something strangely interesting. There is yet another distinction. There is yet one other remark. There ought certainly to be. There was but one alternative. There was one remarkable incident. There will always be a number of men. There will be no difficulty. There yet remains. Therefore, there is no possibility of a doubt. Therefore lies your responsibility.
These alone would not be sufficient. These are enough to refute the opinion. These are general counsels. These are generalizations. These are my reasons for. These are points for consideration. These considerations have great weight with me. These expectations do not hold in the case of. These ideas naturally present themselves. These instances are far more common. These instances are indications. These last words lead me to say. These objections only go to show. These questions I shall examine. These various partial views. They mistake the intelligence. They would persuade you to. Think for a moment. Think of the cool disregard. End of section 152 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 153 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Donald Powers. This absurdity arises. This appeal to the common sense. This argument is especially cogent. This, at least, is sure. This being the case, this being true, this being undeniable, it is plain. This being understood, I ask. This brings me to a single remark. This brings us to a subject. This episode goes to prove. This fact was soon made manifest. This, from the nature of the case, this I conceive to be the business. This I consider to be my own case. This I have told you. This is a general statement. This is a very one-sided conception. This is a very serious situation. This is an astonishing announcement. This is conceded by. This is contrary to all argument. This is doubtless the truth. This is especially the case. This is essentially an age of. This is in the main just. This is just like saying. This is not all. This is not the main point of objection. This is not the occasion of the place. This is obvious. This is on the whole reasonable. This is the only other illustration of. This is owing in great measure to. This is precisely what we ought to do. This is said in no spirit of. This is suggested to us. This is the design and intention. This is the great fact. This is the main point on which the inquiry turns. This is the meaning of. This is the obvious answer. This is the point I want to impress upon you. This is the point of view. This is the position of our minds. This is the radical question. This is the sentiment of mankind. This is the starting point. This is the sum. This is to be found in the fact. This is what I am led to say. This is what may be objected. This is why I take the liberty. This language is plain. This leads me to the question. This leads us to inquire. This may be said without prejudice. This might be illustrated at length. This much is certain. This sentiment was well nigh universal. This, surely, is the conclusion. This, then, is the answer. This, then, is the drift of my illustration. This, then, is what I mean by saying. This will be evident at once. This you cannot deny. Those who have watched the tendencies, thus a great deal may be done. Thus analogies suggest. Thus far I willingly admit. Thus I am led to another remark. Thus, if you look into, thus instances occur now and then. Thus it comes to pass. Thus my imagination tells me. Thus much, however, I may say. Thus much I may be allowed to say. Thus much may be sufficient to recall. Thus we see. Time would not permit me. To a man of the highest public spirit, to avoid all possibility of being misunderstood, to be more explicit, to be sure we sometimes hear, to bring the matter nearer home, to convince them of this, to feel the true force of this argument, to illustrate, to make my story quite complete, to me, however, it would appear, to my way of conceiving such matters, to prevent misapprehension. To some it may sound like a paradox. To sum up all that has been said, to sum up in one word, to take a very different instance, to the conclusion thus drawn, to the enormous majority of persons, to these general considerations, to this I answer. To this it will be replied, to what other cause can you ascribe, today as never before? Treading close upon the heels, tried by this standard, true it is. True, there are difficulties. Truly, it is a subject for astonishment. Two things are made very clear. You, under all the circumstances, under these favoring conditions, under this head, undoubtedly we may find. Unfortunately, it is a truth, unless I could be sure, up to this moment I have stated. V. Very strange is this indeed. End of section 153. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 154 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jason Isbell, www.shabamdevelopment.com. W. We all agree as to. We all feel the force of the maxim. We all in equal sincerity profess. We almost shudder when we see. We are accustomed to lay stress upon. We are all familiar with. We are approaching an era. We are apt to forget. We are assembled here today. We are beginning to realize. We are bound to give heed. We are constantly being told. We are fulfilling what I believe to be. We are in the habit of saying, we are met tonight. We are not able to prove. We are not disinterested. We are quite unable to speculate. We are told emphatically. We are tolerably certain. We believe with a certain belief. We can but pause to contemplate. We can imagine the amazement of. We cannot but be struck with. We cannot escape the truth. We cannot have this too deeply fixed. We cannot too highly honor the temper of. We cannot wonder. We can only applaud the sentiment. We can only bow with awe. We can presume. We can remember with pride. We can see to some extent. We continually hear nowadays. We deeply appreciate the circumstances of. We do not quarrel with those. We do not question the reality. We do well to recall. We easily persuade ourselves. We feel keenly about such things. We grope blindly along. We have a firm assurance. We have a right to claim. We have an overpowering sense. We have been accustomed to. We have been told by more than one. We have come together tonight. We have great reason to be thankful. We have heard lately. We have here plain proof. We have need to examine. We have no means of knowing. We have no other alternative. We have not yet solved the problem. We have sought on this occasion. We have the evidence of this. We have the good fortune tonight. We have to admit. We have witnessed on many occasions. We hear it is said sometimes. We hear no complaint. We heartily wish and mean. We hold fast to the principle. We laugh to scorn the idea. We may all of us agree. We may be permitted to remember. We may contemplate with satisfaction. We may have a deep consciousness. We may indeed consider. We may not know precisely how. We must also look. We must constantly direct our purpose. We must not be deceived. We must not mistake. We must realize conscientiously. We must remember. We need no proof to assure us. We need not look far for reasons. We need not trouble ourselves. We of this generation. We often hear persons say, we ought in strict propriety. We pride ourselves upon the fact. We rightly pay all honor. We see in a variety of ways. We shall all doubtless concede. We shall be blind not to perceive. We shall do well to remember. We shall have no difficulty in determining. We should be convinced. We should contemplate and compare. We should dread nothing so much. We should lend our influence. We should not question for a moment. We should not, therefore, question. We stand astonished at. We stumble and falter and fall. We take it for granted. We will not stop to inquire. Weighty as these conditions are. Well, gentlemen, it must be confessed. Well may we explain. Well now, let us propose. Well, that being the case, I say, were I to enter into a detailed description, were I to speculate, what are the precise characteristics? What are we to think of? What are you going to do? What can avail? What can be more intelligible? What can be more monstrous than? What can I say better? What commonly happens is this. What could be more captivating? What could be more true? What do we gain by? What do we understand to have been? What I mean is this. What I now say is. What I object to is. What I propose to do is. What I shall actually attempt to show here. What I suggest is. What is more important, What is more remarkable? What is the pretext? What is this but to say? What more shall I say? What remains but to wish you? What strikes the mind so forcibly? In Section 154, this recording is in the public domain. Section 155 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason Isbell. www.shabamdevelopment.com. What then are we to believe? What then can be the reason? What then, I may be asked? What then is the use? What then was the nature of? What is the consequence of? What we are concerned to know is what we have most to complain of. What would you say? Whatever a man thinks, whatever difference of opinion may exist, whatever opinion I may express, whatever the truth may be, when I am told, when I hear it said, when I remember the history, when I review these circumstances, when I speak of this question, when I thus profess myself, when one remembers, when we consider the vastness, when we contemplate, when we get so far as this, when we look closely at, when will men understand? When you are assured, when you did me the honor to invite me, whence it is, I say, whence was the proof to come, while acknowledging the great value, while I feel most keenly the honor, while I have hinted to you, whilst I am on this matter, who can deny the effect? Who can say in a word? Who does not like to see? Who has not felt the constraint? Who that reads does not see? Who will accuse me? Why again should I take notice? Why need you seek to disprove? Will any gentleman say? Will anyone answer? Will it be whispered? Will it not be well for us? Will you allow me to present to you? Will you bear with me? Will you mistake this? Will you permit me to thank you? With all my heart I share, with possibly a single exception, with respect to what has been said, with this ideal clearly before us, with whatever opinions we come here, without going into any details, without me saying a word more. Why? Yet I am convinced. Yet I am willing to admit. Yet I am willing to conclude. Yet I feel quite free to say. Yet I, for one, do not hesitate to admit. Yet I have never been thoroughly satisfied. Yet I suppose it is worth while. Yet I would have to think. Yet if you were to ask the question, yet it is instructive and interesting. Yet it is no less true. Yet it is perfectly plain. Yet let me consider what consequences must. Yet may I not remind you. You all know the history of. You and I are always contrasting. You are at a parting of the ways. You are now invited to do honor. You can never forget. You cannot assert. You did not need to be told. You have all read the story. You have been gracious enough to assign me. You have been mindful. You have been pleased to confer upon me. You have but to observe. You have done me a great honor. You have no right. You have not forgotten. You have often pondered over. You have sometimes been astonished. You know that it is impossible to. You know the legend which has grown up. You know very well. You may also be assured. You may be acquainted with. You may be sure. You may depend upon it. You may remember. You may well be proud. You may well study the example. You might apply to yourselves. You must not forget. You must understand I do not mean to claim. You ought not to disregard what I say. You remember how. You will allow me to say with becoming brevity. You will be pleased to hear. You will bear me out when I say. You will clearly understand. You will expect me to say something about. You will forgive me. You will join with me, I trust. You will observe. You will pardon me, I am sure. You will scarcely be surprised. You would never dream of urging. You yourselves are the evidence. Your friendly and generous words. Your good sense must tell you. Your presence seems to say. End section 155. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Jason Isbell. www.shabamdevelopment.com.
Section 156 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Joan Walton in Mountain View, California. A bewildering labyrinth of facts, a blank absence of interest or sympathy, a bloodless diplomatist, a breach of confidence, a brilliant and paradoxical talker, a burning sense of shame and horror, a century of disillusionment, a certain catholicity of taste, a cheap and coarse cynicism, a civilizing agency of conspicuous value, a cleanness and probity of life, a commendable restraint, a condescending and patronizing spirit, a confused and troublesome time, a conscientious anxiety to do the right thing, a conspicuous and crowning service, a constant source of surprise and delight, a contemptible species of mockery, a convenient makeshift, a copious torrent of pleasantry, a course of arrogant obstinacy, a crumb of consolation, a crystallized embodiment of the age, a cynical and selfish hedonist, a dangerous varnish of refinement, a dead theological dogma, a decorous and well-intentioned person, a deep and most impressive solemnity, a deep and strange suggestiveness, a deep authentic impression of disinterestedness, a dereliction of duty, a disaster of the first magnitude, a distorted and pessimistic view of life, a dogmatic and self-righteous spirit, a duel of brains, a dull collocation of words, a fastidious sense of fitness, a fatal and moral hollowness, a feeling of lofty remoteness, a feminine excess of inconsequence, a final and irrevocable settlement, a firmness tempered by the most scrupulous courtesy, a fitting interval for penitence, a flippant rejoinder, a flood of external impressions, a flourish of rhetoric, a fund of curious information, a furtive groping after knowledge, a gambler's desperate chance, a ghastly mixture of defiance and conceit, a glaring example of rapacity, a graceful nonentity, a great and many-sided personality, a great capacity for generous indignation, a great source of confusion, a gross piece of stupidity, a habit of riding a theory too hard, a habit of rigorous definition, a happy and compensating experience, a haughty self-assertion of equality, a hideous absurdity, a hideous orgy of massacre and outrage, a high pitch of eloquence, a homelike and festive aspect, a hopeless enigma, a hotbed of disturbance, a hushed rustle of applause testified to a widespread approbation, a keenly receptive and intensely sensitive temperament, a kind of fantastic patchwork, a kind of surly reluctance, a laudable stimulus, a law of retributive justice, a less revolutionary innovation, a life of studious contemplation, a limpidity and lucidity of style, a lingering tinge of admiration, a lively sense of what is dishonorable, a long accumulating store of discontent and unrest, a long tangle of unavoidable detail, a look threatening and peremptory, a many-sided and far-reaching enthusiasm, a marvelous sharpener of the faculties, a melancholy preponderance of mischief, a memory-haunting phrase, a mercenary marriage, a mere conjectural estimate, a microscopic care in the search of words, a misconception which is singularly prevalent, a mixture of malignancy and madness, a modicum of truth, a monstrous travesty, a mood of hard skepticism, a more than ordinary share of baseness and depravity, a most laudable zeal, a most repulsive and incomprehensible idiom, a most unseasonable piece of impertinence, a multitude of groundless alarms, a murderous tenacity about trifles, a mysterious and an intractable pestilence, a mysterious and inscrutable power, a narrow and superficial survey, a nature somewhat frivolous and irresolute, a needlessly offensive manner, a nimble interchange of uninteresting gossip, a noble and puissant nation, a novel and perplexing course, a numerous company, a painful and disconcerting deformity, a partial disenchantment, a passage of extraordinary daring, a patchwork of compromises, a permanent and habitual state of mind, a pernicious and growing tendency, a perversion of judgment, a phantom of the brain, a piece of grotesque stupidity, a pleasant flow of appropriate language. End of section 156. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joan Walton in Mountain View, California. Section 157 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Joan Walton in Mountain View, California. A pompous failure, a potential menace to life, a powerful and persuasive orator, a prevalent characteristic of her nature, a prey to the tongue of the public, a pristine vigor of style, a profusion of compliments, a proposition inherently vicious, a puerile illusion, a quenchless thirst for expression, a rage akin to frenzy, a rare precision of insight, a rather desperate procedure, a reckless fashion, a recrudescence of superstition, a relish for the sublime, a reversion to the boldest paganism, a rigid avoidance of extravagance and excess, a ripple of applause, a restraining and conservative force, a robust and consistent application, a sacred and indissoluble union, a sane philosophy of life, a secluded dreamer of dreams, a secret and wistful charm, a sense of deepening discouragement, a sense of indescribable reverence, a series of brief and irritating hopes, a settled conviction of success, a sharp difference of opinion, a sharp pang of regretful surprise, a shrewd eye to the main chance, a signal deed of justice, a skeptical suspension of judgment, a slight and superficial tribute, a slowly subsiding frenzy, a snare and a delusion, a somewhat complicated and abstruse calculation, a sordid and detestable motive, a sort of incredulous stupefaction, a source of unfailing delight and wonder, a species of moral usurpation, a spirit inimical to learning, a spirit of complacent pessimism, a startling and unfortunate digression, a state of scarcely veiled insurrection, a state of urgent necessity, a stern decree of fate, a stern foe of snobbishness, a storm of public indignation, a strange mixture of carelessness, generosity, and caprice, a strangely perverse and poverty-stricken imagination, a strong assumption of superiority, a subjugated and sullen population, a sudden revulsion, a supposed ground of affinity, a synonym for retrogression, a taunting accusation of falsehood, a tedious and needless drudgery, a temper which brooked no resistance, a temporary expedient, a tender tone of remonstrance, a theme of endless meditation, a thing of moods and moments, a thoroughly sincere and unaffected effort, a thousand mangled delusions, a tissue of dull excuses, a tone of exaggerated solicitude, a touch of exquisite pathos, a trace of obvious sarcasm, a transcript of the common conscience, a trifle prim and puritanic, a truth begirt with fire, a unique and overwhelming charm, a vague aversion, a variety of conflicting and profound emotions, a variety of enfeebling amendments, a vast multitude of facts, a vastly extended vision of opportunity, a vehement and direct attack, a very elusive and delicate thought, a very formidable problem, a vigilant reserve, a violent and base calumniator, a voice of matchless compass and eloquence, a warmth of seemingly generous indignations, a wealth of resource that seemed inexhaustible, a welcome release from besetting difficulties, a whole catalogue of disastrous blunders, a whole whirlpool of various emotions, abounding bodily vigor, above and beyond and before all else, absurd and inconsequential career, abundant and congenial employment, accidental rather than intentional, accustomed to ascribe to chance, acquired sentiments of propriety, activities of the discursive intellect, actuated by an unduly anxious desire, acute sensibility coupled with quickness of intellect, adhere too tenaciously to forms and modes, admirable mastery of technique, admit the soft impeachment, admitted with a childlike cheerfulness, advance by leaps and bounds, advancing to dignity and honor, adventitious aids to memory, affectation and superfluous ornament, aggravated to an unspeakable degree, agitated and perplexed by a dozen cross-currents of conflicting tendency, agreeable and humanizing intercourse, aided by strong mental endowments, airy swiftness of treatment, alien to the purpose, all sorts of petty tyrannies, all the resources of a burnished rhetoric, allied by taste and circumstances, allied with a marked imperiousness, almost incredible obtuseness, altogether monstrous and unnatural, always observant and discriminating, amaze and confound the imagination, amiable and indulgent hostess, amid many and pressing avocations, amid the homeliest details of daily life, amid the rush and roar of life, ample scope for the exercise of his astonishing gifts. End section 157. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joan Walton, Mountain View, California.
Section 158 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. An abandoned and exaggerated grief. An accidental encounter. An act of folly amounting to wickedness. An afternoon of painfully constrained behavior. An agreeable image of serene dignity. An air of artificial constraint. An air of round-eyed profundity. An alarmed sense of strange responsibilities. An almost excessive exactness. An almost sepulchral regularity and seclusion. An ample and imposing structure. An apostle of unworldly ardor. An appreciable menace. An ardent and gifted youth. An arid dictum. An artful and malignant enemy. An assumption entirely gratuitous. An assumption which proved erroneous. An atmosphere of sunny gaiety. An attitude of passive impartiality. An authoritative and conclusive inquiry. An egregious assumption. An elaborate assumption of indifference. An endless field for discussion. An enervating and emasculating form of indulgence. An ennobling and invigorating influence. An entirely negligible quantity. An essentially grotesque and commonplace thing. An eternal and imperishable example. An exalted and chimerical sense of honor. An excess of unadulterated praise. An excessive refinement of feeling. An expression at once confident and appealing. An extensive and populous country. An habitual steadiness and coolness of reflection. An honest and unquestioning pride. An icy indifference. An idle and unworthy action. An ill-assorted vocabulary. An immeasurable advantage. An imminent and overmastering peril. An imperturbable demeanor and steadiness of mind. An implacable foe. An inborn irresistible impulse. An incongruous spectacle. An incredible mental agility. An indefinable taint of priggishness. An indescribable frankness and simplicity of character. An indolent surrender to mere sensuous experience. An indomitable and unselfish soul. An ineradicable love of fun and mystification.
an inevitable factor of human conduct, an inexhaustible copiousness and readiness of speech, an insatiable appetite for trifles, an insatiable veracity, an inscrutable mystery, an intentional breach of politeness, an interchange of civilities, an intolerable deal of guesswork, an involuntary gesture of remonstrance, an irrelevant bit of magniloquence, an irrepressible and impassioned hopefulness, an irritating and dangerous treatment, an itching propensity for argument, an object of indestructible interest, an obnoxious member of society, an ominous lull and silence, an open and violent rupture, an outburst of impassioned eloquence, an unaccountable feeling of antipathy, an unbecoming vehemence, an undisciplined state of feeling, an unerring sense of humor, an unparalleled and almost miraculous growth, an unparalleled atrocity, an unpatriotic and ignoble act, an unreasoning form of coercion, an utterly vile and detestable spirit. And now I address myself to my task, and the like, announced in a tone of pious satisfaction. Another thought importuned him, anticipated with lively expectation, apparent rather than real, appeal to a tardy justice, appreciably above the level of mediocrity, arbitrary assumption of power, ardently and enthusiastically convinced, argued with immense force of feeling, arrayed with scrupulous neatness, arrogance and untutored haughtiness, as an impartial bystander, as belated as they are fallacious, as by a secret of Freemasonry, as odious as it is absurd, as ridiculous as it was unnecessary, as we scan the vague unknown, assailed by potent doubts, assume a menacing attitude, assumed almost heroic proportions, at once epigrammatic and arresting, at once misleading and infelicitous, at the mercy of small prejudices, attained by rigorous self-restraint, attended by insuperable difficulties, averted by some happy stroke of fortune, await the sentence of impartial posterity, awaited with feverish anxiety. End of section 158. This recording is in the public domain. Section 159 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. B. Bandied to and fro. Based on a fundamental error. Beguile the tedium of the journey. Bemoaning and bewailing his sad fortune. Beset with external dangers. Betrayed into deplorable error. Bewildering multiplication of details. Beyond the dreams of avarice. Blended with courage and devotion. Blind leaders of the blind. Blunt the finer sensibilities. Blustering desire for publicity. Bound up with impossibilities and absurdities. Breathed an almost exaggerated humility. Bred in a tepid reticence of propriety. Brief ventures of kindliness. Brilliant display of ingenious argument. Bring odium upon the individual. Brisk directness of speech. Brutal recognition of failure. Burst of unpremeditated frankness. But delusions and phantasmagoria. But that is besides the mark. But this is a digression. By a curious perversity of fate. By a happy turn of thinking. By a whimsical diversion. By common consent. By means of crafty insinuations. By no means inconsolable. By temperament incompatible. By the common judgment of the thinking world. By the sheer centripetal force of sympathy. by virtue of a common understanding, by way of rejoinder. C. Calculated to create disgust, calm strength and constancy, capable of a severe scientific treatment, capacitive for urbanity and moderation, carried into port by fair winds, caught unawares by a base impulse, ceaseless tramp of humanity, censured for his negligence, championing the cause of religious education, chastened and refined by experience, checked by the voice of authority, cherished the amiable illusion, cherishing a huge fallacy, childishly inaccurate and absurd, chivalrous loyalty and high forbearance, clever and captivating eloquence, coarse and glittering ostination, coherent and continuous trend of thought, commended by perfect suavity, common ground of agreement, complicated and infinitely embittered, conceded from a sense of justice, conceived with imperfect knowledge, concentrated and implacable resolve, conditions of unspeakable humiliation, conducive to well-being and efficiency, confused rumblings presaging a different epoch, constrained by the sober exercise of judgment, consumed by a demon of activity, continuous and stubborn disregard, contrary to the clearest conviction of his judgment, couched in terms of feigned devotion, credulous and emotionally extravagant, creed of incredulity and derision, criticized with unsparing vigor, crude, undigested masses of suggestion, cruel and baseless calumnies, cynically repudiate all obligations. D. Daily usages and modes of thinking, dangerously near snobbery, darkly insinuating what may possibly happen, dazzled by their novelty and brilliance, debased by common use, deep essentials of moral grandeur, deeply engrossed in congenial work, deeply moved as well as keenly stung, deeply rooted in the heart of humanity, defiant of analysis and rule, degenerate into comparative feebleness, degenerated into deadness and formality, degrading and debasing curiosity, deliberate and cautious reflection, delicacy of perception and quick tact, delude many minds into acquiescence, dense to the point of stupidity, descanting on them cursorily, devices generally held to be discreditable, devious and perilous ways, devoid of hysteria and extravagance, dexterous modes of concealment, dictated by an overweening partiality, differ in degree only and not in kind, difficult and abstruse questions, diffidence overwhelmed him, diffusing beneficent results, dignified by deliberation and privacy, dimly implying some sort of jest, discreditable and insincere support, disdaining the guidance of reason, disenchanting effect of time and experience, disfigured by glaring faults, disguised in sentimental frippery, dispel all anxious concern, displayed enormous power and splendor, distinguish themselves by their eccentricities, distracted by contending desires, diversity of mind and temperament, divested of all personal feelings, dogged and shameless beyond all precedent, dominated by no prevailing taste or fashion, doomed by inexorable fate, doomed to impermanence and transiency, drawback and distrust and misgiving, dreaded and detested rival, driven towards disaffection and violence, due to historical perspective, dull and trite commonplaces, dwindle to alarmingly small dimensions. End of section 159. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 160 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Easygoing to the point of lethargy. Elementary principles of right and wrong. Embittered and fanatical agitation. Encrusted with pedantry and prejudice. Endless and intricate technicalities. Endowed with undreamed-of powers. Enforced by coercive measures. Enormities of crime and anomalies of law. Entangled in theological controversy. Entirely futile and negligible. Erroneous assumptions and sophistries. Espoused with extraordinary ardor. Essentially one-sided and incomplete. Eternally fruitful and stimulating. Evidently malicious and adroit. Evinces a hardened conscience and an insensibility to shame. Exact and resolute allegiance. Examples of terrific and explosive energy. Exasperating to the last degree. Excruciating cruelty and injustice. Exposed to damaging criticism. Exposing his arrogance and folly to merited contempt. Expressions of unrestrained grief. Exquisite lucidity of statement. Extraordinarily subtle and penetrating analysis. Exuberant rush of words. Facile and fertile literary brains. Faithfully and religiously eschewed. Fallen into the convenient oblivion of the wastebasket. Fanatical and dangerous excesses. Far off and incredibly remote. Fastidious correctness of form. Fate had turned and twisted 1,000 ways. Fed by many currents from the long stream of human experience. Feigning a virtuous indignation. Fertility of argumentative resource. Fictitious and adventitious aid. Finely touched to the fine issues. Fit to stand the gaze of millions. Fits and starts of generosity. Fixed convictions of mankind. Flouted as unpractical. Foolish and inflexible superstition. Fostering and preserving order. Free from all controversial pettifogging. Freighted with the most precious cargoes. Frequently recurring forms of awkwardness. Fresh and unsuspected loveliness. From the standpoint of expediency and effectiveness. Full and tuneful diction. Full of ardent affection and gratitude. Full of presentiments of some evil. Full of singular freshness, insight, and power. Full of speculation and a deep restrained excitement. Fumble and stumble in helpless incapacity. Gain the applause of future ages. Generous to a pathetic and touching degree. Give vent to his indignation. Given an ear to a little neighborly gossip. Glances and smiles of tacit contempt. Gnawing at the vitals of society. Grace and gentleness of manner. Graceful succession of sentences. Gratuitous and arbitrary meddling. Greeted with unalloyed satisfaction. Grooves of intellectual habit. Growing sense of bewilderment and dismay. Guilty and baffled antagonists. Habits of unintelligent routine. Habitual self-possession and self-respect. Happy and gracious willingness. Heart-souled and joyously joyous. Haunted by blank misgivings. He affected neither pomp nor grandeur. He became more blandly garrulous. He declined the preferred hospitality. He dropped into an eloquent silence. He eludes analysis and baffles description. He glanced at her indulgently. He had the habit of self-engrossed silences. He harbored his misgivings in silence. He poured bitter and biting ridicule on his discomfited opponents. He spoke with sledgehammer directness. He suffers nothing to draw him aside. He took his courage in both hands. He turned on me a glance of stored intelligence. He was disheveled and untidy. He was inexhaustibly voluble, heavily freighted with erudition. Heights of serene contemplation. Her voice had a wooden resonance and a ghost of a lisp. Hidebound in official pedantry. High and undiscouraged hope. High-handed indifference to all restraint. His chin had too vanishing an aspect. His first zeal was flagging. His general attitude suggested an idea that he had an oration for you. His gestures and his gait were untidy. His mood was one of pure exaltation. His plea was irresistible. His tone verged on the ironical. His work was ludicrously perfunctory, hopelessly belated in his appearance. End of section 160. This recording is in the public domain. Section 161 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. I adjured him. I am not without a lurking suspicion. I bemoan my unlucky fate. I could almost allege it as a supreme example. I have somewhat overshot the mark. I lost myself in a reverie of gratitude. I made bold to retort. I must hazard the story. I was extremely perplexed. I will permit myself the liberty of saying, I would fain believe. Illuminate with sinister effect. Immediate and effectual steps. Immense capacity for ceaseless progress. Immunity from criticism and control. Impartial and exacting judgment. Impatient of despotic influence. Impelled by strong conviction. Imperiled in a restless age. Imperious in its demands. Impotent outbreaks of unreasoning rage. Impromptu parades of noisy patriotism. In a diversity of application. In a fever of apprehension. In a frenzy of fussy excitement. In a frowning abstraction. In a great and fruitful way. In a high degree culpable. In a kind of confused astonishment. In a most commendable fashion. In a most impressive vein. In a position of undisputed supremacy. In a rapture of imagined ecstasy. In a secret and surreptitious way. In a spirit of friendliness and conciliation. In a state of mulish reluctance. In a state of nervous exacerbation. In a state of virtuous complacency. In a tone of uneasy interrogation. In a transport of ambitious vanity. In a whirlwind of feeling and memory. In accents embarrassed and hesitating. In alliance with steady clearness of intellect. In amazed ejaculation. In an imminent and unique sense. In an imminent degree. In deference to a unanimous sentiment. In extenuation of the past. In high good humor. In his customary sententious fashion. In its most odious and intolerable shape. In language terse yet familiar. In moments of the most imminent peril. In quite incredible confusion. In seasons of difficulty and trial. In spite of plausible arguments. In terms of imperishable beauty. In the dim procession of years. In the highest conceivable degree. In the local phrase. In the nature of things. In the ordinarily accepted sense. In the realm of conjecture. In the scheme of things. In the tone of one who moralizes. In the twinkling of an eye. In the world of letters. In tones of genuine admiration. Incapable of flashy make-believe. Incited by a lust for gain. Incomparable lucidity and penetrativeness. Inconceivable clumsiness of organization. Indulge a train of gentle recollection. indulging a sickly and nauseating petulance, ineffably dreary and unpicturesque, infected with a feverish dissatisfaction, infuse a wholesome terror, inimical to true and determined principle, inimitable grace and felicity, injudicious and inelegant ostentation, innumerable and incessant creations, inordinate greed and love of wealth, insatiably greedy of recognition, insensibility to moral perspective and proportion, insolent and riotous excess, inspired by a vague malevolence, inspirited by approval and applause. Instances might be multiplied indefinitely. Instantly alive to the slightest breach of decorum, insufferable violence to the feelings, intense and stubborn dogmatism, intense sensitiveness to injustice, intercourse with polished society, intervals of respite and repose, inveigh against established customs, invested with a partial authority, inveterate forces of opposition, invincible jealousy and hate, involuntary thrill of gratified vanity, involved in profound uncertainty, involving ourselves in embarrassments, inward appraisal and self-renouncement, irregulated and desultory education, irrelevant to the main issue, irresistibly impelled by conscience, irritable bitterness and angry suspicion. It assumes the shape of malignity. It betrays a great want of prudence and discernment. It defies description. It dissipates every doubt and scruple. It enslaves the imagination. It extorted from him expressions of irritability. It gives one a little grip at the throat. It has been stigmatized as irrelevant. It has more than passing interest. It has seldom been surpassed. It imposes no constraint. It is a capital blunder. It is a common error among ignorant people. It is a consoling reflection. It is a mark of great instability. It is a staggering thought. It is always something vicious. It is an odd jealousy. It is an intolerable idea. It is impossible to resist acknowledging this. It is little more than a platitude. It is not consistent with elevated and dignified character. It is not wholly insignificant. It is notoriously easy to exaggerate. It is the common consent of men. It is unnecessary to multiply instances. It makes life insupportable. It must be a matter of conjecture. It occasions suspicion and discontent. It runs counter to all established customs. It was a matter of notoriety. It wears a ragged and dangerous front. It would be a fruitless and unthankful task. It would be superfluous to say. It would not seem an improbable conclusion. Its dominating and inspiring influence. End of section 161. This recording is in the public domain. Section 162 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Jealous and formidable foes, justifiable in certain exigencies. Keen power of calculation and unhesitating audacity. Kindle the flames of genuine oratory. Naughty and subtle disquisitions. Labored and far-fetched elocution, laid down in a most unflinching and vigorous fashion. Lamentable instances of extravagance, lash themselves into fury, lax theories and corresponding practices, lay hold of the affections, laden mood of dullness, lend a critical ear, lest the requirements of courtesy be disregarded, links in the chain of reasoning, little less than scandalous, lofty and distinguished simplicity, long-sighted continuity of thought and plan, looking at the matter by and large, looming large and ugly in the public view, loose and otiose statement, lost and indolent content, lovely beyond all words, lucidity and argumentative vigor, lulled into a sense of false satisfaction, maddened by a jealous hate, maintained with ingenuity and vigor, manifestly harsh and barbarous, marvelous copiousness of illustration, marvelously suggestive and inspiring, man of profound erudition, mere effects of negligence, microscopic analysis of character, mingled distrust and fear, ministering to mere pleasure and indulgence, minutely and rationally exposing their imperfections, morbid and subjective brooding, more or less severe and prolonged, moved to unaccustomed tears. My worst suspicions were confirmed. Mysterious and invincible darkness. Naked vigor of resolution. Naturally prone to believe. Necessity thus imposed by prudence. Nerveless and faithless folly. No more than brief palliatives of or mitigations. Noble and sublime patience. Noisy torrent of talk. Not adverse to a little gossip. not so much polished as varnished, noted for their quixotic love of adventure. Nothing could be more captious or unfair. Nothing remained but a graceful acquiescence, notoriously distracted by internecine jealousies, objects of general censure, obscured beneath the rubbish of the age, obsessed with an overweening pride, obstacles that are difficult but not insuperable, obviously at variance with facts, occasioned by direct moral turpitude, oddly amenable to the proposed innovations, often employed promiscuously, ominous and swift days, omitting all compliments and commonplaces, on a noble and commanding scale, on sure ground of fact, on the edge of great irritability, on the horns of the dilemma, one of life's ironical adjustments, one of the foreseen and inevitable results, one tissue of rashness, folly, ingratitude, and injustice, openly flouted and disavowed, oppressed by some vague dread, organs of party rage and popular frenzy. Our opinions were diametrically opposed. Our vaunted civilization, outward mark of obeisance and humiliation, overcome by an access of misery, overshadowed by a fretful anxiety, overwhelmed with reproach and popular indignation, painful and lamentable indifference, palpably and unmistakably commonplace, parading an exception to prove a rule, paralyzed by infirmity of purpose, paralyzing doubts and scruples, paramount obligation and righteousness, partial and fragmentary evidence, passionately addicted to pleasure, patently inimical to liberty, patience under continual provocation, peculiarly liable to misinterpretation, peddling and pitiful compromises, pelting one another with catchwords, perfectly illustrated and exemplified, perpetually excite our curiosity, pierced to the quick, pitiful shifts of policy, plainly dictated by a lofty purpose, pleading the exigencies of strategical interest, plunged into tumultuous preoccupation, pointed out with triumphant malice, polished beauty of diction, political storm and stress, position of titular command, preached with a fierce unction, precipitate and arbitrary changes, predict the gloomiest consequences, pregnant with a lesson of the deepest import, presented with matchless vigor and courage, princely generosity of praise, prodigious and portentous events, protracted to a vexatious length, proud schemes for aggrandizement, provocative of bitter hostility, pruned of their excrescences and grotesque extremes, purged of glaringly offensive features, pursued to a vicious extent, questioned and tested in the crucible of experience, quickened into a stabbing suspicion, quickness to conceive and courage to execute, quite destitute of resources, quixotically generous about money. End of section 162. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 163 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jason Isbell. For more information on this reader, visit shabamdevelopment.com. R. Radiantly and transparently happy. Railed at the world. Rare candor and flexibility of mind. Rare fidelity of purpose and achievement. Rarely brought to pass. Reeling headlong in luxury and sensuality. Regarded with sincere abhorrence. Regulated by the fixed rules of good breeding. Religious rites and ceremonies. Reluctant to appear in so equivocal a character. Render null and void. Rent by internal contentions. Repugnant alike to reason and conscience. Resigned to growing infirmities. Resist a common adversity. Resting on some collateral circumstance. Rhetorical and ambitious diction. Rich and exuberant complexities. Rigid and exact boundaries. Rooted in immeasurable error and falsity. Roused to tumultuous activity. Rude and blind criticism. S. Sadly counterbalanced by numerous faults. Said with epigrammatic point. Salutary in the extreme. Salutary tonic of a free current of public criticism. Sanity and quietness of soul. Scorned as an impracticable theory. Scornful of petty calculations. Screened themselves from punishment. Scrupulous and chivalrous loyalty. See with eagle glance through conventionalism. Seem to savor of paradox. Seize the auspicious moment. Self-centered anxiety and preoccupation. Self-command born of varied intercourse. Self-interest of the most compelling character. Selfish and useless recondite. Selfishness pampered by abundance. Sense of marvelous acuteness. Sensible diminution of our comfort. Sensitive and apprehensive temperament. Sentimental wailings for the past. Serve the innocent purpose of life. set down with meticulous care, shames us out of our nonsense, sharp outbursts of hatred and bitterness, sharp restrictions of duty and opportunity, sharply and definitively conceived. She had lost her way in a labyrinth of conjecture. She took refuge in a passionate exaggeration of her own insufficiency. Sheer midsummer madness. Silly displays of cheap animosity. Simple and obvious to a plain understanding. Sinister and fatal augury. Skulking beneath a high-sounding benevolence. Slack-minded skimming of newspapers. Slavish doctrines of sectarianism. Slow and restless forces of conviction. Smug respectability and self-content. Snatch some advantage. Socialized and exacting studies. Some very undignified disclosures. Something essentially inexpressible. Something stifling and over-perfumed. Spinning a network of falsehoods. Spiritual and moral significance. Staring in helpless bewilderment. Stealthily escaping observation. Stern determination to inflict summary justice. Stigmatized as moral cowards. Stimulated to profitable industry. Stopped as if on the verge of profundities. Strange frankness of cynical brutality. Strange streak of melancholy. Strangled by a snare of words. Strenuous and conscientious endeavor. Stretched out in dreary monotony. Strict and unalloyed veracity. Struck incessantly and remorselessly. Stupendous and awe-inspiring spectacle. Subject to the vicissitudes of fortune. Subjected to the grossest cruelties. Subordination to the common weal. Subservient to the ends of religion. Sudden and inexplicable changes of mood. Suddenly and imperatively summoned. Suddenly swelled to unprecedented magnitude. Sufficient to repel vulgar curiosity. Suggestive sagacity and penetration. Suit the means to the end. Sullen and widespread discontent. Superior in strength and prowess. Supported by a splendid fearlessness. Supremely and undeniably great. Susceptible to every impulse and stimulus. Sustained dignity and mellifluous precision. Swamping every aspiration and ambition. Swift and vehement outbursts of feeling. End of section 163. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Isbell.
Section 164 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Nick Davies. Take root in the heart. Take vengeance upon arrogant self-assertion. Taken in their totality. Tamed and wanted to a settled existence. Tempered by the emotional warmth of high moral ideals. That way, madness lies. the abysmal depths of despair, the accumulated bitterness of failure, the agonies of conscious failure. The air was full of the cry and clamour, the animadversions of critics. The applause was unbounded. The best proof of its timeliness and salutariness. The bewildered and tumultuous world. The blackest abyss of despair. The blemishes of an extraordinary reputation. The bluntness of a provincial. The bogey of bad luck. The bounding pulse of youth. The brunt of life. The capacity for refined pursuits. The charming omniscience of youth. The cloak of cowardice. The collective life of humanity. The combined dictates of reason and experience. The companion of a noble and elevated spirit. The complaining gate swung open. The complex phenomena of life. The consequence of an agitated mind. The consequence of ignorance and childish assumption. The constant pressure of anxieties. The creature and tool of a party. The critical eyes of posterity. The dead and dusty past. The delimitation is sufficiently definite. The dictates of plain reason. The disjointed babble of the chronicler. The dull derision of the world. The dullest and most vacant minds. The dumb forces of brute nature. The dupe of some imposture. The eager pretentiousness of youth. The ebb and flow of events. The everlasting deluge of books. The evil was irredeemable. The exchange of harmless amenities. The exertion of inherent power. The expression was keenly intellectual. The facile conjectures of ignorant onlookers. The facts took him by the throat. The fitful swerving of passion. The flabbiness of our culture. The flaccid moods of prose. The flame of discord raged with redoubled fury. The flattest and most obvious truisms. The flippant insolence of a decadent scepticism. The foe of excess and immoderation. The fog of prejudice and ill-feeling. The frustration of their dearest hopes. The garb of civilization. The general infusion of wit. The gift of prophecy. The golden years of youth and maturity. The gratification of ambition. The grim reality of defeat. The hallmark of a healthy humanity. The handmaid of tyranny. The hint of tranquility and self-poise. The hints of an imaginable alliance. The hobgoblin of little minds. The holiest and most ennobling sensations of the soul. The hollowest of hollow shams. The homely virtue of practical utility. The hubbub and turmoil of the great world. The huge and thoughtful night. the hurly-burly of events. The idea was utterly hateful and repugnant, the idol of all hobbledehoys, the ignoble exploitation of public interests, the imminent fatality awaiting him, the impulse of prejudice or caprice, the incorrigibility of perverse human nature, the incursions of a venomous rabble, the indulgence of an overweening self-conceit, the inevitable climax and culmination. The inference is inescapable. The infirmity and fallibility of human nature. The flexible serenity of the wheeling sun. The ingenuities of legal verbiage. The inmost recesses of the human heart. The insipidity of indifference. The insolence of power. The irony of circumstances. The jaded weariness of overstrained living. The jargon of well-handled and well-worn phrases. The jostling and ugliness of life. The lawyer's habit of circumspection and delay. The long-delayed hour of retribution. The lowest grade of precarious mendacity. The makeshifts of mediocrity. The malarious air of after-dinner gossip. The mean and frivolous affections of the idle. The menacing shadow of want. The mere fruit of his distempered imagination. The mere reversal of the wheel of fortune. The merest smattering of knowledge. The meticulous preciosity of the lawyer and the logician. The most absurd elementary questions. The most amazing impudence. The most exacting and exciting business. The most fallacious of all fallacies. The most implacable logic. The most preposterous pride. The multitudinous tongue of the people. The outcome of unerring observation. The outraged conscience of mankind. The overpowering force of circumstances and necessity. The overweening exercise of power. The panacea for the evils of society. The panorama of history. The pernicious doctrines of skeptics. The perpetrator of clumsy witticisms. The precarious tenure of fame. The precursor of violence. The pretty and delicate game of talk. The primitive instinct of self-preservation. The property of little minds. The prophecies of visionaries and enthusiasts. The proprieties of etiquette. The purse-proud inflation of the moneyed man. The question was disconcertingly frank. The ravening wolves of brute instinct. The remark was sternly uncompromising. The result of caprice. The rigour of the law. The sanction and authority of a great name. the severest shocks of adverse fate, the sharp and vehement assertion of authority, the sinister influence of unprincipled men. The speaker drew an indignant breath. The springs of human action. The staple of conversation. The stillness of finality. The stings of self-reproach. The straightforward path of inexorable logic. The strong hand of executive authority. The sum and fruit of experience. The sum total of her impressions was negative. The summit of excellence. The supernatural prescience of prophecy. The sweet indulgence of good nature. The sycophants of the rich. End of section 164. This recording is in the public domain.